Just need to log in. Oh, Jesus. Um, um, maybe.
Yes.
Please let me tell Nike to send me the username and password of the Gmail account. Mm, mm, mm.
For the YouTube.
Yep.
Why don't you have it? Don't you have it?
Hmm?
Why don't you have it?
I just told you, don't have it.
It's not online, no.
She's not online.
Mm.
Realize I go use my own account with that. Let me even see whether this one's already streaming. X Studio. Wait, Twitter Studio. Okay. So what are we going to call this broadcast name now? Mm, 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 mm. Okay, so I guess we are live now. Yeah, yeah. So I guys just trying to set up the broadcast post and we are live. So for those on Zoom, nice to meet you. Thank you for coming. So we are just gonna wait for like 3 to 5 minutes and then we are going to be fully into it. So
Hold on. Should I send it? Should I still forward it to you?
no, don't worry.
Oh,
I hate this stuff.
but I think you should have. I'll still forward it to you for next time.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
And then, yeah, are you talking to me?
Me. Can you hear me now? For those of you down on YouTube, if you can hear me, let me know. Then I think it should be live on X now. So if people can hear me on X too, where is it? So if you can hear me on X, please drop something in the chat. If you cannot hear me, let me know. Let me see. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna borrow this one. Scratch it. Yep. Me. Can you hear me now? For those of you down on YouTube, if you can hear me, let me know. So for those of us down X, please drop a comment in the chat so we can be sure you can hear me. Can you guys hear me on? Okay, so now today, like I said, we're going to be learning about what is vibe code. I asked AY said something. I asked Temtokwe also said something. But let's just jump right into it. So what is vibe code? Vibe code is the Jesus is Lord. Please, you guys give me a second. Oops. Yeah, they do live. Okay, so where was that? Yeah, so when we talk about vibe coding, we are basically looking at the easiest way ever, the stress-free way ever to write code without having to like think about um without having to think about actually writing the code. So unlike before that you have to think about like, oh, these are all the frameworks, these are all the tools you need to learn, these are all the codes you need to write. This time around, you just have to have the idea of what you want to build and a picture of what you have in your mind, and you can work at it, right? So like yesterday now, if you check like my recent tweet today, I was in a coffee shop and I was just telling the AI to do stuff and I was just drinking my coffee and doing something else totally. All right. So that's like generally what vibe code is. And then the person that came up with the vibe code happens to be I can't remember his name now, but I think I'm gonna also use my best friend here, Perplexity. So if you have not heard about Perplexity before, it's very good. I'm subscribing, but you can also get it for free. So Perplexity is like the best search tool as far as I'm concerned. Google is coming up with something very shortly. They call it AI mode. But they've not yet fully released it. So hopefully they'll be releasing it in a couple of months, but definitely this year. So I can say who coined the word vibe code. So, and what I like about it, like instead of giving me like different options and everything, the AI is just gonna give me a direct summary. So you can see, sometimes written um as vibe code informally in discussion but officially vibe coding, and it was coined by Andrej Karpathy, who is a co-founder of OpenAI. Everybody knows OpenAI, ChatGPT, the founders of ChatGPT, and he was also a former leader at Tesla. So he was the first person to first talk about vibe coding. And funny enough, what we are looking at when we talk about like vibe coding is that it's literally not really about coding. It's just you having, like I said earlier, being able to like envision things and then say these things, okay, and then these things come into like fruition. So it's like being God. For those that are Christian, it's just like God make commandments and then things begin to happen. So literally, to you're just like a God on your own, and then things begin to form just by thinking about it and saying it. Okay, so now let's quickly look at. I'm just gonna give like a quick jump to what is the or what are the tools that you need to vibe code. Okay, so there are so many tools out there, right? But I'm gonna break them into steps. But give me a second. I need to grab my pen. What's wrong with this one? I didn't charge it. Give me your Type C charger. Yeah. So part of the thing that I used to like make my life easier is, let me connect to my camera so you can see. Give me a second here. Camera. Where's my lens? Going to on this Prisma lens. Perfect. No, 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 no. So one moment, I'm just trying to switch to my camera. Okay. Okay. Right. Hmm? Yeah, yeah, I'm live. I'm live. Just give me a second. I'm trying to rearrange my setup because I have to introduce something else here. Yeah, one moment. Okay. So just need to adjust this. Where is this one facing? Okay, it's facing the back. So I need to turn it. Okay. So much like a structure. Okay. Where is the gamma? Um, find. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. So let's go there. Okay, so you can see me now. So I'm using like a digital pen. So part of what like to enhance my vibe coding and training for this class. All right. So like I was saying, we've talked about like what is vibe code. So we talked about. Okay, so we've looked into what vibe code is, right? Okay, so apparently my pen is a bit faulty here, so I need to just undo this. So we looked at what is vibe code, and then now we want to talk about like what are the tools that we need to use in order to vibe code. So we have the what would I call it like now? So we have like technical tools, and then we also have let's see, need to change the stroke size. Okay. So and then we also have the what is it called? The simpler tools. Let's just call it simpler tools. Okay. So now for the technical tools, we have like different stacks basically. So for technical tools, meaning that you need to have like a little bit of how code works, a little bit of understanding of how code works. So in this case here, we have Cursor, we have Windsurf, Windsurf. So I'm going to talk a little bit about each of them. We have Cloud Code. We have we have for I would like to put it like this now. Okay, let me just add it to this place first, then I'll break it down. So then we also have Codex. Codex. There is so Codex also by ChatGPT, OpenAI. And then Cloud Code. I'll talk about them shortly. So Codex. Which other one again? Yeah, Background Agents by Cursor. Okay, and then so I want to break it down like the way you what's it called? I want to break it down in order of like from easiest to hardest, right? So I've talked about like so these are like the hardest to get started with. So let's just call it hardest, and then let's call like mid, and then let's call this simplest or simple. So simplest or simple. Okay. So for the simple ones, there's actually like a lot in this angle. So you have stuff like boats, and boats currently now is actually running a competition. So if you have an idea right now, like right now, you can still register and then stand a chance to win $100,000. So if you like to learn more about that, you can ask in the chat and I'll send you the link that you can use to apply. Okay, so it's just idea, but you need to submit within in the next um 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah, because it's only like I think submission date on June 30th. So you need to have like something already built with boats to get qualified for that. So and they are trying to break a world record. They are trying to they have like 1 million people actively working to win this. So there's a lot of cash prizes involved. I think from $10,000 to $100,000. So then so we have boats, we have Lovable, we have Rock. Okay, then we have apart from Rock, there's actually like a whole lot that I can't even remember right now. Okay, but like these are like off of the top of my head, these are the ones I'll pick. And then for the mid level, you want to pick something like Replit. Okay. Okay. And why I like Replit is that unlike both Lovable and Rock, what Replit does is that it allows you to be able to deploy your working app all at once. So what I mean by you deploy your working app all at once is it has like a dedicated backend. You can switch between multiple types of backend and so on and so forth. Or in the case of like both Lovable and Rock, so all of these are like actually coding tools that you can prompt to build you something. But this time around now, the when it now comes to like trying to connect your applications to make it work out, it gets a little bit problematic. So I'm also going to be sharing with you like a workflow that I use. Okay, now the thing is that when you're working with many of these vibe coding tools, one thing is very important, that you need to understand their strength, so you know exactly what to build, exactly how to build it. For example, if I just want to build a simple website or a landing page, both and Lovable are my go-to. If I want to build a mobile app and I want to just quickly prototype it, I'm going to use Rock because it is fully optimized for that. If you try that with both or Lovable, yeah, now it's calling to me. Yeah, to you also have V0. Okay, if you try that with Lovable, you're not going to like it at all. So in the case of V0, even initially I started prototyping mobile apps with V0 until I found Rock. And then if you want to get the links, because I'm lazy, I can just take a snapshot like this, head back to Perplexity, uh, paste it here, get me the website links. Okay, so that so it's going to give me an outline of all the website link for all the stuff, so that I'm also going to like copy and paste it in the chat for those who want to see this website. Okay, So as you can see, so why that is loading. So that's the case. So when it comes to like you want a very very nice sleek interface, V0 is your literally your best friend. So if I'm going to rate it, um I'll probably rate V0 first. For me personally, like for my own personal experience, right? So this does not mean that yes, because again I use literally the same prompt for all of them. So I'll probably rate V0 first as like my number one, and then I'll rate Rock 2. But again, it falls in like in the mobile app aspect, and then I will rate Lovable 3 and Bolt 4. So in this order. Okay. So now for in the case of Replit is literally very good for when you want to have a full working app. Say for example a front end, a front end and a back end. Okay, so I know some of us are not very technical, so I'm going to be breaking down what front end and back end is. So let's just quickly break that down before we move forward. Okay, so you want to build an app, a working app, right? So what you usually have is that there has to be a page where users can interact with. That's known as the interface, right? So let's call this one the first page, the first section, right? So we have it as the interface. So this interface is now also regarded as the front end. Don't mind my handwriting. So it's regarded as the front end, right? Then now this interface is also now. So whenever you say, for example, you select a button. So let's say let me just draw a quick wireframe of the website. Don't mind my my hand is is shaky because a little bit nervous. This is my first. I think this is my first vibe coding class. So um so let's just say this is my browser, got 3 circles because I'm a Mac user. Then I have like a just a simple page. So let's call this one login. Okay, so when somebody select this button, now something has to happen, right? So there has to be a series of actions that have to go on. So that series of action that goes on now is now known as your back end, because these actions will not be shown to the user, especially in case of security. So we'll call this one our back end. All right, so now when those actions take place, there still has to be something involved again, which is also where we are going to look at. Okay, is that for example you want to log in, that means that the website has to remember that you will actually have an account, and for it to remember, it needs a place to store that information, right? So and where does it store the information? It stores it in a database. So that means any application whatsoever that you see is literally just these three building blocks. Okay, so you have your front end, your back end, and your database. Very important. Okay, so we understand that this place is where is what users see, and then they can interact with it, and then this place is where the information is being stored, and this place is where the actions take place, and then this is where the information is being stored. So very very important, because you need to have that at the back of your mind before you start. Now in my own personal experience, one of the rules and regulation of vibe coding is please give AI one problem to solve at a time. Okay, always give AI one problem to solve at a time. Please never try to tell AI to do these three at the same time. You will hate. I still spent last week, I think I spent like 3 days trying to fix a lot of issues with this. So what you want to do first is start with this. So you want to tell AI please. So I'm still going to share like my full start with my front end, right? So I'm going to tell AI please start with my front end, and then when it is done and I like everything, I like how everything flows, right? Then I will go on to say, okay, you know what? Now let's work on my back end. Okay, and then once I'm happy with my back end, then automatically I'm now going to say that, you know what, now please work on my database. So let me up into database. So there's a lot of companies that are into database lately. And then if you are going to, yeah, that reminds me now. So another tool that I just remembered now is Convex. And what make Convex stand out is when it comes to database and backend, they are the best. Like nobody comes close. But the problem is when you are trying to work with Convex for the first time from within Cursor, okay, it can be very, 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 very problematic. So what I always do, even I always tell people again, under rules and regulation, please never start your project in Cursor except you are working with a template. You guys, please give me like a second. Okay, so and we are back. All right. So now, like I was saying earlier, please never start your project in Cursor. Always start with something different. For example, if I want to start a mobile app, which we are going to also see today, is I always start with Rock. Okay, and then Rock I transfer to Cursor. Okay, and you see the way I will transfer it easily. All right, and the reason is because like Rock can literally handle everything, but the problem with Rock is that the more codes that they write for you, the more slower it becomes. So that is why we always we would have to switch to Cursor because Cursor is very good with working with large databases. I think another one I remembered here is argument code. Yeah, so I think they recently launched and they claim to be the best in understanding your code base. Okay. Now we are also going to look at something very interesting. Now, all of this, right? All of these items rely on a large language model. And for those of us that don't know what a large language model is, it is just the tool that powers the AI that we chat with. Say, for example, ChatGPT. ChatGPT relies on the large language model to be able to reply your messages, right? So now these LLMs, right, or large language models have different versions from different companies, okay? And you're going to see it shortly. So let me quickly switch over to Cursor. One moment, please. Let's go. Let's go. So for those that want to follow along with me, you can just go to cursor.com. Give me a moment. My laptop is seriously hanging, so I need to close a couple of applications now. That's a lot of noise. Okay, so it's better now. I think I need to. Okay, so now let's get back to it. So now it's a bit better now. So we have argument code, right? And they claim to say, they claim that they have like the fastest when it comes to having a clear understanding of what your entire code base is going to look like, right? So now let me go back and share my cursor screen. Where do you go? Yeah. So if I come over here now, this in cursor, you can see that there is a models tab, and then in the models now, these are the different large language models. Okay,
Sorry.
that cursor offers. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got your screen. We can't see your screen.
Oh, you can't see my screen. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Okay, should be able to see it now. All right. So
Yes.
if you notice, I'm not using the maximum because like it's very very expensive. So I'm just using like the normal base version, even though I'm on a pro plan. I think it's $20. And then if you're a student or you have an email account that end with .edu, it is free and unlimited. So because I'm not a student, so I have to pay. So now these are different models that you can work with. So let me just quickly run you down through the models and the reason why we use them. So the essence of the model is that cursor is just is an agent on its own, is a coding agent whereby it generates text or written text that we know as code. And then this written text now needs a memory to get to fetch information from, which is the large language model. And that's why we have this. Okay. So again, knowing the tool to use when to use them, right, is also very important. But the alternative is if you cannot afford cursor, you can always go to what's it called? So like I said, is either use the student plan or you go to what's it called? Google AI Studio. I use Google AI Studio like a lot. Okay. So go to Google AI Studio, and in Google AI Studio now they offer I can literally even talk live. So sometimes, like let's say I'm stuck on something, I'm just going to share my screen and I can talk live and direct to Google Gemini. And then they too they have like different, and this is owned by Google, obviously Google AI Studio, and they have like different models for this is Gemini Live, okay? Then but this is my go-to section, this chat, all right? And the interesting part is that every large language model has a maximum amount of text it can send to you at any given time. So once you max that text out, you'll not be able to work with it again. Okay. For example, and this text now is actually referred to as tokens. All right. Now, when you have 1 million, when you have a token, the token could be like a series of words before you have one token. So it can be very, very cheap or very, very expensive. All right. And the easiest way to find out the prices of these things are you can go to a website like Together AI. You can go to Open Router. So let me just open Router. I'm also trying to manage the number of browsers I have. Okay. So, but again, this is for people who want to use like maybe VS Code or they want to use Cursor, but they don't want to use Cursor. There are other coding agents that is within Cursor that you can use, and there are a lot, like literally a lot. There's Rhine, there's Klein, there's Rue Code, so you can literally use that. So yeah, now you can the essence that you can see it's a unified interface for LLMs. So you can see you can have access to Gemini, GPT 4.1, Cloud Sonnet, and so on and so forth. Okay. So sometimes I come over here and use it for model and I use it to also do testing. That's why like if you notice if I sign in now, you see that I also loaded a couple of amounts on it, right? So whenever I like there's a new model that comes out, it's always available here. And again, when you click into any model, you can always see whether how effective the performance is by just checking by the latency and the uptime. Okay, just to be sure whether it's something that you actually also want to like offer to users. Okay, but I don't think today I'll be teaching us how to maybe I'll just add a something simple, right? And then you can always like get the API and import something like this to make a simple chatting app, right, that people can reply to. Okay, so yeah, I also use this one to like brainstorm. All right, I don't know whether this is available for Windows, but I think it should be. I also use this app called Shotgun on my computer, and the essence of Shotgun code is when you've maxed out your, give me a second here, let me switch it to this other screen. Okay, so this is Shotgun. Where you go? Okay, this is Shotgun. I use it to like make a tree structure, right, about understanding my code base, right? So what I do is I can select my folder like this, and then I can take like a project I'm working on, click on open, and then what it's going to do is that it's going to go through all my files and come up with text. Then I can copy all of this now and go directly into Gemini, paste it in here. It's going to take everything. And please, I want you guys to pay attention to this token count. This is my entire code base for this project that I'm working on, right? And you can see that it has taken up 346,408. So already it's already a large code base. Once it's getting beyond 80,000 tokens, it becomes a very, very large code base that and very, very difficult to work with, right? So I sometimes use Google AI Studio to like take all my code, and then I can tell you to do a specific set of actions. On that thing I quickly do is that I make quick prototypes. So say for example, I'm in Figma, I have a design I made in Figma, and I just want to like make it as something I can quickly see on the web, right? I can also paste the screenshot here, and it's just going to make it work out. All right, so now let's come back to where we were. So I was talking about like these are these tools that we're going to be using, right? But in vibe coding, but the easiest one, like I said, is both Lovable, Rock, and every day you get free messages with Lovable and both. So for example, we have both dot new. I can just say create a simple interactive landing page with okay, interactive landing page about vibe coding, right? So and then I can hit send. So again, this is like the as basic can get, right? You think of something, you have an idea, you tell both to do it, and it gets it done. So while both is thinking and trying to get it done, so let's go to let's quickly check what Perplexity said, right? So again, you can check out Cursor in cursor.com. You can download it for free. Winsoft, I think if you do a Google search, you'll be able to find Winsoft. And then for Cloud Code, you can also download it from, you can actually download it from your terminal. Okay, and then for Codex, you can go to OpenAI, and then it's only I think it's available for people who are on a pro plan. For example, if I open my ChatGPT screen, yeah, so you will see Codex right here. All right, so I've never used it before, so that's why it's giving me like an onboarding screen to work with. All right, so the good thing about Codex is that you can literally chat even directly from your device, mobile device, and then set a couple of tasks, and then it goes into your code base, and then it gets it done. So now another fundamental is that, say you started writing your code now, what is the process of making sure that you don't cry when trying to write code? So one of the most important thing that you need to learn is version control. Okay, so version control is very, very important when it comes to vibe coding. So what does that mean? It means that you are trying to save your files as you are building. Okay, every step you take, or every important step you take, you try and make sure you save it, so that, because I've seen many people come online and say, I don't know what happened, I told AI to do one tiny fix and then deleted my entire code base. You are going to see this a lot, right? Especially when you're working with cursor, you're going to see it a lot. So the most important thing you can do for yourself is try as much as possible to save your files. Now, how do we save our files when we are trying to vibe code? So the way we save our files is through GitHub. So I want to make sure that everybody has a GitHub account. Okay, we save our files through GitHub and Git. Very important. So if you want to set up yourself for Cursor, these are the first two things you need to do. Okay, you need to get a Git application, and then you also need to get GitHub. Now, to get a Git application, you can use Perplexity again, right? Because my go to website. So please, I want to download Git. All right, so it's going to give you the link. So this is the link here, so I'm going to drop it in the chat, so you can download Git. So I'm going to drop in the YouTube chat, or I'm also going to drop it here on Twitter too, so people that want to have access can also join from Twitter or X, whatever. Let me drop it on YouTube too. All right, so git-scm.com. Okay, so you can get that from there. Then you also want to create a GitHub account. It is very, very important that you create a GitHub account. Okay, so you can see I have a GitHub account here already created. So once you've created your GitHub account, the next thing you want to do is you can either start from here by creating what we call a repository. So think of a repository as a folder, as an online folder, right? So that even if anything happens to your computer, okay, so that even if anything happens to your computer, you can always continue from where you stop in your file. All right, so for the purpose of this class, the whatever I'll be teaching today, I'm also going to be making it public so that people can use. All right, now the next thing that you need to know in vibe coding is, I think this is like the most important one, is at least, even you don't need to learn how to code, but you need to learn how to read documentation, because once you can read documentation, you'll be able to instruct the AI on exactly what to do. So now, let me now go into my actual process of trying to build anything at all. Anything at all. So again, I have a UX design background, so it's literally almost the same thing, just with a little bit of few tweaks to designing or building a product. Okay, so what does my process actually look like? So it starts like this. Drop this. Okay, so it starts like this. Number one, right? Where exactly? So these are the questions I always try to answer first. Where exactly am I trying to build? Okay, very important. Where exactly am I trying to build? All right. Now, number two is, don't just build for building sake, right? You need to figure out one very important thing, is you need to answer a question first. Am I building for myself, or I'm building for a large set of people? Or do you understand? If you are building for people, then what is important is that, what is the problem that they have, or what is the problem that they are currently facing, and how can I help them to solve it? So from user experience standpoint, we always come about this by putting ourselves in their shoes. So, and the way we can easily put ourselves in their shoes, or the simple trick, is meeting these people one-on-one or online, or reading forums about their complaints, trying to find out, oh, where exactly their complaints are. Okay, but again, for the purpose of this class, this is a product the product I'm going to be building, or the mobile app I'm going to be building today, is something that is for me personal. Like, this is a problem I am facing personally, right? And I don't intend to like make money out of it. Do you understand? So it's just something I'm building for myself personally, because this is a problem I noticed. Okay, so now we look at, where exactly am I trying to build, and what is the problem they were currently trying to solve. Once you have that once you have that figured out, the next thing now is, you also want to ask yourself, do you want to make money out of it or not? Okay, if you want to make money out of it, then now you want to start setting out your business metrics. Okay, and this your business metric is now going to later become like your business model canvas. All right, So those people that call themselves growth designers, this is literally their ballpark. This is where they sit down, right? Because they have to think about like, oh, are we pricing it? Are we adding pricing? Are we taking out pricing? Are we doing a freemium product? So freemium product is like uh something like X now, right? You start, you can chat, you can tweet and all of those things. And then if you now want to do more, you will now start paying you now start paying for that. Okay, so many people have like freemium where you can do everything every other person can do, just that it's really slightly limited. Okay, or another form of freemium product is like Facebook, right? So the only people that Facebook, YouTube, right, those are freemium products. But again, then the other alternative now is they tend to charge you for ads, and so on and so forth. So you watch ads just to continue enjoying the product, right? So you just have to pay in a way. So you always want to identify what the business metrics are, or literally what the business goal is. Okay, so once you understand these two clearly, what is going to translate to for you now will now be a PRD, or a product requirement document. Now, without this PRD, you cannot start talking to AI. Avoid it. So I'm going to show you a simple trick to be able to create your product requirement document very quickly with ChatGPT. Okay, so product requirement document. All right. So this product requirement document, you can ask me questions, chats. So just let me know if you think you are lost or something like that. I can always bring you back. All right. So now this product requirement document is very very important, and product requirement document has like a list of stuff that you need to identify. Okay, because this product requirement document is going to inform the AI, because we are literally going to give the AI this product requirement document. So again, I'm going to be jumping the gun before, because I already have like a design that I want to use to solve my problem. So I'm going to show you that design, and then I'm going to do like a reverse engineer of that design to create a product requirement. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, so that you can see everything live, I'm going to go to my Figma account. Let me find the file. Move. If only I can drop this thing. Okay, where is it? Are we good now? All right, so now, okay, so this is what we are going to be working on today. Okay, so let me give you like a quick backstory about this app, right? So this app, it came as a result of the fact that many times I tend to work with like different clients with different time zone. So sometimes I tend to forget which time zone a particular client is and how it relates to my time. Okay, so I'm going to zoom in on the light mode so that you can see it. So this one is like the default time, like my own current time zone where I am, and I can also like easily click on this to switch it. All right, and then this place here is going to be showing me the list of messages that I have regarding me and my client, and then I can like click to see all my other messages, as well as see like it is going to be like a timer trying to remind me of where when I'm having the next meeting. Okay, so if I have like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 meetings, I can select this to know my list of the meetings I have in on a particular day. Okay, so now that's like literally it, and then I can also click to like schedule a call. So I already have this design already made. I think I made it like 4th of February of this year. So we are just going to code it together. I've not had time to like code it, so I just say, okay, you know what, I want to code it, and I want everybody to like see my process one step at a time. All right, so normally I usually have my PRD first before the design, right? But this was like just a vibe design. Basically, I just felt the vibe to do something interesting that day, and I came up with this. So the only thing is I need to find the other screen, because I didn't do a lot of screens. Yeah, so this is the other screen where I can see like a list of all my meetings. So in code, this may change a little bit because I was just trying to like do a dribble design, not necessarily something that we actually be live. Okay, so now that we have this, what I'm just simply going to do is I can take all of these designs now, and then I can push it over to ChatGPT. For the purpose of this class, I'm literally going to be sticking with ChatGPT o3. So it takes a longer time. So I'm going to start very basic first. I'm going to use o4 mini and then enrich it with o3. So if you are using a free ChatGPT, I can always recommend 4.0, or you come over to Google AI Studio. It's completely free, and then just follow the exact instructions or prompt I give, right? And then even if you want to like do more research, you can always come over here, and then you want to make sure you click on check ground with Google search. So it's going to do, so whatever information it's going to give you is also going to tie it with the internet. And why I'm using o3 is because I can also add I can add a research tool, right, to give me like a detailed report. And that is what I'm paying actually. Or I can just click on search the web. Okay. And funny enough, like you don't literally need to click on this. You just have to make mention that, oh, you should search the web or not. All right. So again, now let's just talk about prompting 101 very quickly. So what is prompting 101? Prompting 101 is what's the most basic way you can prompt any AI model. So remember this keywords. The first thing you need to do is you need to tell you who it is. So you need to specify its role. So you need to tell, oh, you're a manager, you're a consultant, you're an expert, you're a writer, you're a designer, you're a colorist, whatever. You need to tell it what exactly its role is. If you don't identify the role, it's going to really, really struggle and give you something terribly bad. Okay? So you always want to avoid that by all means. All right? So give me a second here. What is wrong with you? Okay, so you always want to identify the role. Very, very important. Now, after you've identified the role, you want to give it a context. So tell you what the situation is like. So, and I'm going to give you an example. All right. Now, the next thing is you want to give it, you want to tell it to, you have to have a specific output or result they are expecting. So knowing these things are very, very, very important. Now, this is the trick. If you don't know how to prompt AI or ChatGPT or whatever, let me give you the shortest way to do it. All right, so start like this. I'm going to give it a simple role. You are an excellent prompter, okay, for AI models. Do you see it? Very, very important. Excellent prompter for AI models. The context, I am trying to make an optimized best prompt output. Okay, right, and now your expected result now, kindly, so you don't have to give you like context colon result colon. No, I'm just trying to break it down for you, right? You can just write everything like just 2 or 3 sentences, right? So kindly give me a prompt to write a proper prompt to achieve great results, right? Again, for this type of instruction, I always try to give o3. The only problem with o3 that it takes a little bit longer time than o4. All right, so again, once I give o3 and I send it like this, so it's going to sync through it. I think this is a very short prompt, so it should be fast. So you start thinking about it and all, and then once it's done thinking now, it's going to give me the output as expected. All right, so you can see the prompts me to help me design an effective unambiguous prompt for blah 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 blah. What you must do, ask clarifying for whatever this is, right? So again, he said the goal is to remember this consistent back and forth stuff, right? So now this, well, everything just give me now is not actually what I'm expecting, right? So once you get something you're not expecting, what you should do is always try and give it more prompt or more clarification, because the more clear you are, right, the better it delivers for you. So can you ask as basic as, can you tell me how to write a prompt, right? So it's going to think about it again. And then once it's done thinking, so you can see it say what, start with role framing, just like what I told you. So tell the model to act as this thing. So you're a certified nutritionist, blah 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 blah. Then you also want to add the context, right? Very important. You include background details, target audience, learn limit, and so on and so forth. All right. And then you also want to like state exactly what you want to avoid any special nuances and so on and so forth. Okay. So for example, now I'm trying to achieve like a PRD. Okay. So I can go on to ask you the question like, how will you create a prompt to instruct an AI to generate a PRD for me? Right? So it's going to also give you an answer. So again, the more you have conversation with the AI, so you can see I'm always focused on having the best prompt first before even trying to do anything or say anything, right? It's very, very important you start with this. And then you can see it has given me like a very, very solid prompt of what I'm trying to look for. So I can literally copy this and paste it here. So you see, when you check on Instagram and you see a lot of people telling you, these are all the 5 prompts you are sleeping on. This is exactly how they generate it. So just like that. So you can even do this to like generate as much prompt as possible, right? Even before like going on to like in-depthly talk about writing a prompt, right? So you can see you're a senior product manager with 10 years of experience in shipping B2B and B2C software at funk scale companies. Your objective is to create a comprehensive investor grade product requirement for the product described below, right? You want to give the product name, one elevator pitch, target audience, a PRD must include blah blah blah, and so on and so forth. Okay. Now I'm not going to, now I can see like do not act on and on this and so on and so forth, right? So now I like what it has given me, and because I'm feeling lazy and I already have a design that I want to work with, right? I'm going to say, this is good, is good. Now, can you interpret the attached images and update the prompts you just gave to reflect what I am trying to build? All right. So what I'm just going to simply do is I'm going to come over here. The first screen is this. So again, more context. I can take a screenshot of this. I'm going to paste it here. And the good thing about O3 is that, and this is what I want to warn people now, is that please, when you are sharing your stuff online and you have like very secret stuff, I know that some of us tend to blur it. Please make it totally white or no, because O3 is very good with images. Like you can take I think so. I told somebody to let me send a document and then it was literally faded out. No kidding. O3 was able to read it out and it read it out through like breaking the images out. I don't know whether you guys have seen like all these sci-fi movies or all these action movies where somebody's face is blurred and then it's like the AI tends to like zoom in, and then the more it zooms in, it's able to like figure out exactly what it is, right? So that is literally what this O3 does. Like it's very good with images. Like reading images is like the best so far I've seen. So even a lot of people are beginning to ditch like their OCR software. OCR is like, is a software for reading books or text from screenshot, right? For ChatGPT O3, because it's very good with that. Like literally very good with that. So now I'm gonna drop this screenshot here, and then I'm also gonna take like the second page because like it's just a 3-page app. So for the purpose of this class, I don't think I'll be adding authentication, because authentication too is a different ball game. Maybe in the next class, right? If I see that there's a lot of turnout from this and people are interested in seeing how I'm able to set out authentication, I can also add that to it. All right. So I'm going to also add uh, this screenshot. So you can see like without even giving much context, it's going to make a notion about this, right? So I can come over here and then paste it in. I know. Okay, so now we are in, and then I'm going to send it. and then just wait for a few seconds, and then it's going to think through it. So do we have any questions so far? No questions on Twitter. Any questions on YouTube? Let me check. Okay, so no questions on YouTube. My guys on Zoom, are you guys still there?
Yeah,
Hello?
we're following.
Oh, okay. So I hope I've not bored you guys. Uh so okay, below is a prompt that is stuff. So you can see already. Let's just look at it. I'm just going to copy this out, and then let's come over to Excalibur so that we can see it better. Right, so text, paste that in, let's zoom out. All right, so you can see web data stuff, right? And there's even giving it a name, chronometer. Even I didn't think about that. So you're a senior product manager with 10 years of experience shipping consumer productivity apps at scale. Can you see it? Your objective is to draft a comprehensive investor-ready product requirement for the mobile app described below. Product overview, product name, chronometer, elevator pitch, a minimalist iOS scheduler that shows the current time, next meeting, and an elegant timeline of today's event instantly in any time zone. You see that I did not tell it anything. I just sent it a couple of screenshots. So imagine you could just do like quick mock-ups in Figma and take a screenshot and it just gets it. But again, O3 is very good with that. And then you can see already I didn't even tell you that I'm a freelancer, right? He got it immediately. He got the user personas. He talked about remote professional jogging multiple time zone, consultant or freelancers with client calls all day, executive who wants glanceable next info meeting. Like it's literally as it feels like it can literally read my mind, right? So this is how you can. So even I say I just like when a lot of people like go to Instagram, because I see it most on Instagram, like people are just posting their prompt and so on and so forth. You could just have like 10 to 15 minutes conversation with ChatGPT, right? To think about the prompt itself, right? Tell it to generate the prompt for you. You just need to have like brainstorming ideas and talk about your ideas and everything, and then it's literally going to build out the prompt for you to do exactly what you want. All right, and then now you can see it talks about the core problem statement, existing calendar apps. I didn't say anything like this, right? Bury the one thing user actually right now, what time is it here versus there, and when is my next meeting. Chrono solve this with a large clock, automatic time zone context, and a swipe up list of all meetings. Even I did not mention the swipe up list, and I know it's a swipe up list for all meetings, right? And I didn't mention anything that has to do with that. So, and again, you can see already in the competitive context, Google Calendar, Apple Calendar, Calendly Mobile, Word Clock widget, Chrono meets differentiate via instant glanceable and glanceability between light and dark aesthetics inspired by the attached mockups. Okay, and then you can see design DNA, digital clock, time zone, Toronto. Like you can see the breakdown from the screen already. And then now the PRD must include the following: executive summary, goals, success metrics, detailed problem statement, and so on and so forth, right? So what I want to quickly jump into is the key features, right? Current time, automatic time detection plus man override. Next meeting, this is going to be a lot of features to build in one afternoon. Now that I'm looking at it. So and then UX requirement, honor the mockups, supply references link if any, technical requirements, Swift, iOS, local cache. We are going to change this section here. Okay. iOS 17 local cache plus CalDAV. I don't know what it is, but again, I think it's Calendly and then Google Calendar, then Sync API, data analytics to check all of these dependencies, risks and mitigations, go to market strategy, test flight, product owns, paid versus premium. Can you see it? And then timelines. And then if you have any other open questions, all right. So you see constraint, tone, crisp, business professional, length, 2 pages per major section, bullet preferred, and so on and so forth, right? And then return the entire PRD in a GitHub flavored markdown, which is exactly what I'm looking for, beginning with. All right. So let me go back here. I don't think I copied everything completely. Where was I? Yeah, so beginning with this, right? And then chrono product requirements and so on and so forth. So now we have all of this. are this mandatory? Does it reflect so output format, so are all these mandatory and so on and so forth? Okay, so even I could like literally switch out all of this, but I'm just going to copy all of this now all the way. So we've generated our prompt. So this is how detailed your prompt has to be for AI to deliver something interesting to you. So I'm going to so I always use and this is where like paid. I know it's like I'm trying to advertise for OpenAI even though it's not sponsored, but like I use the paid stuff so that I have access to this new project folder, right? So that I can keep all my projects in one place. So in this place, I'm just going to call it Chronomeet, like he gave me the name. I really like it. Chronomeet, right? And then Chronomeet now is going to have its own separate folder, right? And then now I can begin to add instructions or add files. So in this place, you can always say that, oh, always, I've just give me like a basic rundown, like always respond with sir before answering. Okay, something just as basic as this. Okay, so and if I say how are you, right, something as basic as that, you will see it's going to reply with sir first before any other thing. You can see, sir, I'm doing great, and thanks for asking, how are you today? Are we together? So you can give it like as much instructions as you want. Oh, I want it to be concise, I want it to be brief, I want it to work. So now I'm going to come back to where was it? Okay, let me go back to that history. Let me reload this. All right, so and then I'm going to say I want to set up ChatGPT project, right? So this is what we call vibe, because you are literally not thinking, but you are just more of like an instructor instructing the AI, right? Kindly give me an instruction set that I can provide such that the result would be a great and amazing, something like this. All right, so it's going to think through it. While it's thinking through it, now let's come back here, and you can see like you have access to like working on multiple charts just inside one project, right? So you are now even more what's the word, organized. And then you can also come over here and delete that chart. All right, again, because whatever you start chatting is going to be adding up. Okay, so now I'm just going to paste our entire prompt here, and then now it's going to come up with that. But before it comes up with that, I want to quickly copy what is giving me here. All right, so below is a step-by-step instruction you can hand over to ChatGPT whenever you are spinning up a new ChatGPT project, right? So you say write define the North Star, write one product vision, a Slack border, blah blah blah, list 5 metrics, this thing, secure OpenAI, so create an OpenAI sub, blah blah blah. No, I'm not interested in all of this. No, no. Okay, you know what? Let's not use rules. Let's just go straight forward. Okay. So now that we have this, you're a senior product designer, you set your objective and whatever. All right. So I'm going to just hit send, and then it's going to come up with um answering the PRD, right? And you can see here already, it's already writing the PRD. So it's going to come up with all of this now. Very, very important. Okay. So once it's done with all of this, I'm going to create another chart entirely. So while that is going on, let me open another project folder again. So this time around, I'm switching back to Chronomeet, and then I'll say, let me quickly add files. So the file I want to add now is the screenshots, those screenshots. So I'm going to come back here. So I'm going to export this. I think it's too heavy. Again, the sharper the better. Export this. 1, 2, 2, 3. Okay, so now let's click on add files, downloads. Oh no, not as much. Where'd it go? Okay, yeah, I think that should be it. Uh, Okay, so all of these three. So I'm going to open that. So it's going to be saved here now, so that it now has access to our image, right? So that's that about that. And then now by now it should be done with our PRD. Okay, very good. So now you can see it has identified like the milestones, open questions, um, which locales, and so on and so forth. Okay, so and this is our entire PRD. Nice, looking good. Now once you have your PRD, the next thing you want to do is you can take this PRD now and tell it to break it down into flow screens. Okay, and which is what I want to do next. So I'm going to come over here, see where I have copy, come back to copy. Then I'm going to create a new chart. I'll say using this PRD, come up with all the flow screens. Okay, paste that in. Now before this, again, you want to tell it what it is. So you are an expert UX designer and UI designer with 10 years of experience. Okay, the goal is to build out all the screens involved in creating an MVP. Okay, for those that don't know what an MVP is, MVP simply means minimum viable product. That is, what is the most minute amount that of what's the most minute version of app that you can release to the public that people can find useful today. So it doesn't have like a lot of things that needs to be done. All right. So based off of that, now we are going to have all of this. This one is not needed here. Again, remember I just copied and pasted, so you can also like look through all of this. Okay, and then this open question, I'm going to take all of this out. Okay, so I can take all of this out, or I can also leave it there. So once I take all of that out, I don't think there's also need for timeline and milestone. So I'm going to take that out to see where product launch 1.0, go to my, yeah, perfect, this that and so on and so forth. Okay, so now once you have that, now I'm going to send that in, and then you will see it's going to come up with all the screens, right? So now the next step now is we need to design our app as basic HTML CSS files. So HTML and CSS is the fundamental of web design. Okay, so I used to implore people that yes, vibe coding, you don't need to write any single code, but learning it sometimes will help you to be able to like understand how to make quick fixes. And the funniest thing that you can learn the fundamentals in less than 2 weeks. um Off of the top of my head, I think I would recommend what's the name of this website, this app. I think, is it front end dev? No. um W3 schools. Yeah, W3 schools is like is a website you can go to, and let me just show you very quickly. W3 schools, right? So and then you want to just take like just HTML and CSS, like very, very important. So just try this out yourself. Avoid AI. Just play with all of this stuff, like all the way, and you have all the steps here already. So you just want to go through this entire list this way. Okay, you can skip HTML canvas, could be a little bit tricky, right? All of this you can skip. You can skip HTML APIs, right? You still learn it along the way, but it's not really important. So then you can take like one or two examples from here, and you're literally good. Okay, and then this one you can just take it, you just learn it for fun. All right, but so what you just need to focus majorly is from all the way from here to this place here. So it's something you can finish in 2 weeks, right? Once you practice it, 2 weeks you have good to go. So and then you also want to learn styling. This is CSS. So we use it to style our element, right? Like this one I can see. Give me a background color of light blue, and then I'm going to get light blue. Okay, so if I click on try it yourself, you see that. So it's just for basically styling. All right, so let me close that. So W3 Schools, out of the top of my head, is a very good place to go. You can also go to YouTube, search for all those simple courses like learn HTML 3 hours in 2 weeks, whatever. All right, very good for you to start with. Okay, so so far so good. We have our screens. So yeah, now you can see it has identified all the screens. So we have first time experience. For example, again, you also have to think about like and why it's saying first time experience is literally because of the role I gave it. If I give it a different role, say for example, you're a business analyst, what is going to generate will be totally different or slightly different. So your role also matters. So knowing what role comes in at what point, right? For those that are taking note, is very important. Okay, so now we have first time experience, and then you can see that we have permission. So again, we are going to skip all of this. We are just going to jump into the app because today I don't want to talk about like authentication and so on and so forth. Okay, because sometimes authentication can take a while to do, depending on where you're coming from. If you're using Lovable Boot, authentication is very smooth and easy, but when you're using something like Cursor, you would have a little bit of patience. Okay, so we have all our screens now, right? So here now it has created the navigation shell, the timeline sheet, the schedule tab, settings, detail with modal screens, and so on and so forth. Okay, so with what you have here, you can either go to UX Pilot. I use UX Pilot a lot. So I use UX Pilot a lot. So you can go to UX Pilot to start creating the screens, right? So again, it's very important that you have your screens fleshed out first so you can see exactly what you want to build. So which one can I show you guys? Yeah. Um, okay, I can show you this one. Yeah. All right. So this is what UX Pilot does for you. It generates a couple of screens for you, right? And you can see like you can see how this is all of these screens you can see, right? They are all AI generated, and look at the number of screens. If you take a interface designer and tell them to build this, they will tell you like 3 days or 4 days, sometimes 2 days, right? Anybody that is a Superman will probably do like in 24 hours. But for AI, I think it in like 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes. Okay. So now what I'm just going to do is I'm going to create a new section here. So what I'm going to do now is, so I have, for those that are not familiar with UX Pilot, so I'm just going to give like a quick rundown, right? So we have wireframes. So wireframes are white and black designs of what you are finally looking for. But since you're working with AI, avoid white and black. You just want to go to the colored version, right? Which is high fidelity design. And again, they have like different models that they work with. Okay, so you can use the standard model in October or this. So I use the standard model as at 2025, or you can also use like their own design system, which is Flowbyte. And you can also create your own design system. So your design system includes for those that are not designers, include your colors, the type of fonts you want to use, and so on and so forth. Okay, it's very important. So which I'm also going to like specify now for the next prompt. So because like why going through all of this, right? It just specify like um all the screens and so on and so forth. Okay, so what I also add now is that please generate the design system for me. All right, so now it's going to generate the design system. So once it does that, I'm going to copy this, literally just copy that. You can see that I'm not even like looking at it seriously. I just copied it. Come over to UX Pilot. I have my 2025 standard model selected. Then everything I have here, I'm just going to erase it, and then I'm going to paste this in, right? So it's going to have all of this here. All right. And if you notice, I have like 6,914 characters here. The next, I'm not done. No. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go back there, and then you can see that it's generating all my design system for me, right? If you are doing this in Figma, you know that it takes a while to get something like this done. Okay, so it's going to generate all my design system for me. So while it's generating my design system, I'm going to go back, open another tab, then go back to where I have my PRD. Very important. So I'm going to copy my PRD again, like so, and then come back to this section here, scroll all the way up. Then again, anything that feels like a fluffy word, you can always avoid it, right? Because again, we already understand that when you have a word, it can relate to a token, and then the more token you spend, the more expensive it is. Okay, so for those that want to subscribe on UX Pilot, is I think like $30 or $20 per month, right? But again, it comes with like a total amount of credit, right? And then for every generation you are going to do, you get charged for it. All right, so like right now, I'm already seeing for this number of screens that I initially created with this, right, is about 120 credit. So let me just take all of this out. Okay, so now that I've taken all of that out, I want to paste my PRD above. Okay, so I've pasted my PRD above. So the essence of the PRD now is to get an idea or give it an idea of what is expected. Again, all of this so detail modal screens, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down all the way. uh, where do you go? Let me undo that. Should be after. Okay, so shift enter, paste that in. Okay, so it's stopping me at 6,893. So what I'm going to do instead is I'll copy all of this, because I know that it's right now. I think they capped it at 10,000. So let me see. I'm going to paste this, and then it's stopping me at 10,000. So let me see what I can remove. Initially it used to be 20,000. I don't know why they reduced it to 10,000 now. So delivery for design sprint, owner, blah blah blah, grayscale, UI sprint. This screen is a map. Every user story has a complete MVP, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. Okay. So, but like again, I already have like all my screens listed up and above here, right? So now that I have this, what I'm going to click here is see that we have deep design. So anytime you select deep design, it's more expensive. Can you see, like literally double? So but again, because I'm aiming for high quality, I'm going to select deep design, and then I'm also going to upload an image reference, right? Why is it saying uploading images? What? That's interesting. Okay, so it's not giving me an image. I'm going to click on auto flow. I subscribed for 3 months now. Why are you showing me this free plan? See, monthly 15. Yes. Okay, you know what? Let's just use what we have. I'm going to have to message the CEO of this company. Okay, so I'm going to click on auto flow, and it's not even going. So I'll need to message him. So since autoflow is not working, I think we would have to use another alternative. So the other alternative I'm going to go for is I'm going to use Magic Path, but I've actually not subscribed for Magic Path. So let's just try it out for the first time. So Magic Path, see. Okay, so this is literally the first time using Magic Path. I've only seen like the CEO talk about it. So let's just get started. Let's see whether it's able to allow me to do one or two things. Yeah. Okay, so let's get started. All right, so yeah, I have all of this. Let me see whether is there any place I can put like my context. file, give me this, give me that. Okay, I think I have this. So what I can simply do is I can add that image, right? So let's see how well it's able to recreate this. So because like that's literally what I just need, recreate this. So let's wait while it's trying to perform magic. So do you have any questions so far? Okay, so no questions from here, no questions on YouTube. Um, Okay, so why that is loading up? So do we have any questions? If you have any questions, please drop a question or leave a comment. Okay, so why is it loading up? Let's just go to the next thing. So again, remember when I said that when you're starting a new project, you need to know the tool. So for the purpose of our mobile app, we are actually going to be using Rock, right? So rok.com, and then in Rock now, the good thing about Rock is that unlike Bolt and Lovable, you can select the models that you have or you want to build. Okay. So again, what I'm going to do here is this one project I worked on Rock. So what I'm also going to do here now is I'm going to paste all my context literally in this place. And what I like about Rock is that unlike many other tools like Lovable, they cap what you can type at any given time, but unlike this one they give you straightforward. So the tool we are going to be using is that now when you are building with mobile or when you're building for mobile, the technology you need to know is that the most popular mobile device that we have is Android versus iPhone, right? Or so in this case now we need to know their software versions, right? So for Android it's still Android, and then for iPhone it is iOS, right? Because we are looking at that, we're not looking at the iPad or tablet, we're only looking at the mobile phones. So now for this Android and iOS, they have their own what is it called, they have their own building technology, let me call it technology. Okay, so uh or what we call technology stack, okay, or tech stack. So for example, if you want to build with for Android, you need to learn another different programming language called Kotlin, or you learn Java, okay, to build your app. So even Google have come up with like newer frameworks like Flutter to be able to build out multiple applications, right, for different devices. Now for iOS, you need to learn Swift UI and learn how the Swift code work. Initially it was known as Objective C, and then now they're calling it Swift UI or Swift. Now you can see that the problem now is if you want to build an app that you want to release on Android and iPhone, you would have to build for two different products. So it means that you have to build for two, you'd have to have two types of engineers on your team, right? And it cannot be one, it could be two, three, four, and so on and so forth, right? So Facebook decided that, you know what, why don't we do something such that we can compress all of this such that you only have to build once, and that will be end of it. So they came up with a framework called React Native. So native mean that it feels like it's the phone, because before the React Native, people have tried to work something around of it, but what they do is that they take your browser, like your Google Chrome, and then they wrap it around your application that is online, and then they change the logo from the Google Chrome to the name of the app. So whenever you're interacting with apps like that, it doesn't feel natural. It just feels weird. It doesn't feel like it fits into the ecosystem of the Android phone or the um iOS phone, thereby making people to abandon the apps. So, but because of React Native now, so React Native 2 is not like the exact thing, but it just mimics it so much so that you cannot tell the difference. Okay, that's important. It mimics it so much so that you can't even tell the difference whether it's actually real or not, except somebody now tells you that, oh, okay, it's not actually iOS Swift, is actually React Native. Okay, and you can see by default it tells you that Rock builds complete platform for mobile apps using AI and React Native, which is like very, very important. Okay. So now the very first thing you want to do here now is you want to make sure you take all your PRD. So I'm going to exclude the questions once I'm done typing, once I'm done pasting. I'm going to paste that here, and you can see that it takes it without any complaints. If I try this thing with lovable bolt or whatever, they will just cut them off. So I'm going to take just this section here off. I'm not interested in these questions, right? There's no need for the timeline as well, right? And then that's good to go. Okay. And then the second part now is I'm also going to come over here. So this is my design system, so I can copy my design system and paste right here. Okay, very important. And then the next thing I want to add my screens. Okay, so I have 1 2 3, right? Open. So, and this is the good thing about Rock, is that it literally looks at all of these things and save. So again, we are only going to be looking at the UI today. I don't think we'll be doing anything backend related, because like they're just going to be mock data. So mock data is just dummy information that we attach, just like doing the design we have like dummy information. Maybe we'll probably plug it to clock, which is actually like very straightforward to do. But other than that, that's pretty much it. So we set up all of this. Let me see whether Magic Part is ready for us. Okay, Madiba really tried. Is literally very close. We have this, we have this, we have this, right? And then the good part about Magic Part is that you can literally view the code, but I think you have to subscribe before you can view the code, which is actually not a bad idea, right? Because it's literally very close to. You can see like this and this. So the good thing about Magic Part is you can copy that code, and because again, if you copy the code and send to the AI, the more context it have, the better it is for you. Okay. So now that I have all of this, I'm just going to click send. Okay, I said I'm going to make it public so that anybody can view and remix it. So I'm going to click on send. Okay, and this is actually going to take a while. Okay, so if you have any questions around Temidokwe Ayo, if you have anything around vibe coding or you're confused, let me know, because this is going to take a while. Any questions? No questions. Temidokwe, is still here? Ayo.
I'm digesting it slowly. But is this a recorded class?
What?
Is it recorded?
Yeah, it's a recorded
Okay,
class.
fine.
So for
That's fine.
those, you can always go back to Frema Dojo's YouTube page to
All
find
right, no
it,
problem.
so you can see it there. So you can see like it's going to be creating everything, all the element that is involved to do that. While it's doing that, you can also like scan this code to test it on your phone directly. Okay, so we actually already coming to like the end of the class. So you can see that I used to tell people that it's very important that you make sure you take your time to figure out your PRD, know your business, understand the business context very well, know your users, know exactly what they're trying to achieve before you start creating your PRD. And your PRD now you can easily translate it to screens. So again, like what's more obtainable or more advisable, that make sure you have like a couple of screenshots, even 1 or 2 screens, right? Should have the look and feel that you're aiming for. All right, for it. And you can see here now it's trying to create like mock data, like I told you earlier, right? So it's going to create mock data, and then the one that I can create connect live is going to also do that. So while this is also taking time, Fadike said no. Let me say chat. Any questions? So, and this is the app now. So you can see right now my time says 6:50 here, right? So this is 6:50. If I click on this, you see it, I have different time location that I can pick, right? And it changes accordingly, right? I can, so if you, I'm going to switch over to my mobile so you can see that it's going to look slightly different once you scan it with your mobile device, right? And then you can see showing here like I have a client, and then I can join, I can click to join a Zoom meeting, right? It also created like a dummy Zoom meeting link. Okay, very, very good stuff, right? So it's not the best in interface design, but when it comes to like nailing almost everything on its head, right, it gets it to the point, like to the real point. So I'm going to be spending a little bit of time trying to fine tune this a lot more, but I'm going to be switching over to Cursor to do that. Okay, and so let's just do that. So the way to do that is, what you want to do is, if you want to transfer to Cursor, what you do is you click on integrations, right? And then you want to create a repository. Very important. All right, so this is going to be called chronomates. I don't need rock, and then I can create a repository. So again, it's going to connect to my GitHub. I think it's not going to ask me to connect to GitHub because I already connected initially. So, but if this is your first time, it's going to ask you to connect to GitHub. And then once you are connected, you can see it's going to say connected. Okay. So now what you need to now do is you can click here to go to that particular GitHub page, and you can see it has created a couple of information for you already. All right. So now, how do you set this up in Cursor? The first thing you want to do is you want to open Cursor. All right, and then I'm just gonna come over to Cursor, create a new window, right? And then this new window now, so give me a second, let me close this one because this is actually what is slowing down my computer. Okay, so here you have open project, clone repo, connect via SSH. What I want to do is click on clone repo. Okay, and then I'm just going to paste the link I got. So I'm going to come over to code here, click on it, make sure you can see this URL link, and then you can click on copy to get started. And then the next thing you want to do is click on clone repo. You want to paste that in like so, and then click on clone from URL, and then it's going to ask you, oh, where do you want to save it in your files? So I'm just going to do just that. Okay, apps, projects, clients in progress. Yeah, then I'm going to save it in my directory of choice, right? You say, would you like to open a new window? No, no. Why? Because this is a clean window already. So now it has given me all of this information here. Okay, so and the interesting part is that if you are using a Mac system, it will be easy for you to like quickly preview this on Windows. I don't know how it's set up on Windows because I don't use a Windows computer. So what you want to do is you want to come over here like this, where you see, once you over on this, you see something like no problems, right? And then the very first thing is, for those that don't know anything about writing code at all, right? The first thing you want to do is you will say can you, very important, install the packages, right, of this app, as this is the first time I just cloned the project from GitHub, right? So once you click on send, because I've given it this other context too, it's going to fully understand. And then what it's going actually going to do is that it's going to look for this package.json file, and then look through can you see it, say I'm going to look at package.json file and a bond.log file, right? And then look through it to get exactly what is the code to start this project, right? And if you look at it, the code to start the project is bond install. So now it's trying to install all the other packages, because not all the packages get saved in GitHub. All right, so that's why, like, even when you clone any project at all, you always want to first install all the necessary packages to make the app work. Okay, and then you can see here, say if you want to start the development server, because that's what we want to do, is that what you want to do is type bond start, right? So you can come over here and tell it type bond start, or you can come over, so click on this one, click on this one again to see this place, and then you can click on terminal, and then you can type bond start and click enter, or you can just tell the AI, say please start the development server, like so. Okay, so once you click on start the development server like so, what it's simply going to do is it's going to look through it again. So again, I forgot to mention is when you newly start, you will see different models there, right? So you can if you don't know which model works perfectly, please just check auto. You save yourself a lot of headache. All right, so like I said, just check auto and you save yourself a lot of headache. But if you know what you are doing, then sometimes I use thinking model, sometimes I use class on it. I see some people using 3.75, but I've actually removed the total 3.7 class on it because those are like the different versions. And for me, I just feel like it's waste of money because this is 0.5x cheaper compared to that, because that one is 1x per request and this one is 0.5 per request. So hopefully it stays this way. Uh, so again, the next thing you want to do is you want to install a simulator. So because I'm using a Mac, I'm just going to basically use an iOS simulator because I don't have an Android device or any Android devices at all, or a Android simulator. So I'm just gonna, and you can see it here is that, yeah, it tells you to press I in the simulator. So I'm just gonna hit I on my simulator like this. And for I'm using iOS 18 plus. Okay, and then if this is the first time you're using it, you should get something like this. So I want to put it next to cursor. Yeah, so you should have something like this, and you can see this is chronometer, and all the necessary information are now being installed here. So the interesting part is that some of you can actually choose to scan this right now, and then you also be able to interact with it directly on your device. So whether you're using an Android or an iPhone, it's going to work instantly. So with that being said, okay, so now with that being said, so we can see this is my mobile app, and let's see. Okay, so already it's saying that there's an issue here. So let me try and open it again. So you can see it's called Expo. So Expo Go is the simulator. So it's going to open up again, and let's see. So when you get errors like this, it's normal. So it's taking a while to load. Should not take this long. Okay, so again, you can see here that you have iOS bundling field, blah blah blah. So what you can simply do is I can select all of this now, right, all the way, and then you can see this icon is going to pop up, or this button is going to pop up. It says how to chat. So I'm going to click on that and say see and fix error. All right, so again, this is chronometer, so I can click on opening the project. Let's see. Okay, so it has this error. All right, you can also like take a screenshot of the error, right, and paste it right in cursor. Okay, even a lot of people don't use this item here, so you can also click on this one to upload image on cursor, and you can upload as much image as possible, unlike ChatGPT where it restricts you after a while. This one you can upload as much image as possible. Okay, so because I want to be fast, I'm going to switch from a thinking model to just a normal model, and it's way cheaper. So I'll click on send. So it's going to look at it, and again, anytime you get errors like this, sometimes it's always better to use internet, right? So you want to force the model to run search for the result. So I'm just going to press add shift add like this, and then I'm going to click on web. Okay, so it's going to, so what it's going to do now is that it's going to first check the error and then go and look for the whether somebody has had that issue before, and then what are like the possible fixes, excuse me, for that. And you will notice that by looking at this, can you see it, all of this section here? Okay, so now can you see now it's working on something else, right? It has written this code and all, so everything should be Fine. So you can see here now I want to restart the development server. Okay, and then whenever it gives you an instruction like you want to click on yes, run again, because it's also important. So the interesting thing about AI is that you can actually force what's it called? You can actually force cursor to do all of these things automatically. If you want to do that, what you simply need to do is come over here, give me a second, click on cursor. You want to come over to settings, cursor settings. You want to go to charts, and then you see this section here, command allow list. Yes, literally this section here. What you can simply do is put the command name. For example, now if you look at this place, I have born, so the command name, but I don't use this pq because sometimes I run direct servers directly from my computer, so I don't want to kill off a server and then a lot of users are not going to use the applications. Okay, so you want to avoid that. So once you have that now, so in this case, and I say it said it has fixed all the problems with this. I'm going to come over here. Was it? Yes. So here now, again, something about very coding that whenever AI gives you something, you should always like take your time to read it and understand. If you don't understand, you can tell it to explain to you. Okay. So in this case, now he said you another server is running on that window here. Do you want to use on that one? I'll say yes, please. Okay. So once I say I hit Y now, then I can tap I again on this place, and then it's going to take this one out and reload it. Okay. And then I think everything should be fine now. All right, so this is how you can simply use cursor. And again, once you are done, you want to click on accept. Now remember when I said you need GitHub, because I have cloned it already, right? If you come over to the third icon here, right now it's showing this. Normally if you are starting a project afresh without cloning, you started with like a brand new clean folder, you are going to see two buttons. One of them is going to say initialize repository, and then save to git, something like that, right? What you just want to do is just tell the AI to start the GitHub so that it can be saving your files for you, right? So you don't have to stress yourself, and then it's just going to do just that. Okay, and then once it does that, this should change to something like this. Okay, and then once it changes to something like this, you can see, like I said, I think I actually prefer the light mode. Okay, so now I'm just going to be referencing the Figma app, okay, while we try to make it match one to one. Okay, so what I can simply do again now, and then this is where it now gets interesting. So Figma launched something called Figma MCP. Okay, and what Figma MCP is, before I go into like what Figma MCP is, I'm going to talk about what an MCP is. So MCP, because I've seen a lot of people on chats trying to like ask me questions, what's an MCP? And I told them, okay, join this class. I'm going to tell you what an MCP is. So MCP is known as Modest Context Protocol. I know it's a bit, it's a very long word, but just remember MCP. So the idea of MCP is that they wanted LLM to be able to communicate directly to an application. So for example, they want ChatGPT to be able to have direct access to talking to Figma without any breakage. So think of it like a USB that plugs two ways, because normally they are not supposed to have any business to do with each other, even though they are on the same computer, on the same device, right? So this way now, I can be doing something in cloud, and I can instruct with cloud, I can instruct my calendar to do something for me, right? So, but the thing now is that you need two things to happen for an MCP to occur, right? So you need an MCP server and you need an MCP client. So an MCP client is something like ChatGPT, this cursor chat, and so on and so forth. And the MCP server is the application that is expected to perform a set of actions. Okay, so now how do you access MCP in cursor? So I'm going to come over here. I'm in simulator. Okay, I'm going to come over to cursor. So again, you always want to look for like your file settings and then get to your settings for those that are using Windows, right? So go to cursor settings, and right here in cursor settings, what you want to switch over to, you want to scroll all the way down to MCP tools. So let me close this one a little bit up, right? And you notice that I have like a couple of MCPs, but please don't try this, because the more tools you have, the slower your computer is. So for example, now for each project I work on, I know the kind of tools I need. So what I do is I tend to turn off tools I will not be using at all, because the more MCP tools you have, the more slower it is. For example, now I use this for my Google Drive. So for example, I could literally write something here and I want to save it on my Google Drive, I use this Compose You. So it talks directly to my Google Drive. Now I can't even remember the last time I actually opened my own personal Google Drive because I do it. I have all the conversations with my Google Drive directly from inside Cursor. Okay. So I'm going to turn this one off because I don't have any business with Google Drive. Now let's talk about a little bit about some of my MCP tools. I still have like others, but I didn't add it to this file. So context 7 is very, very important for any vibe coder because the thing is, many times all of these large language models are trained on a set of information, right? But sometimes because we are now like we're in the present and the LLM was trained in the past, it will always have a knowledge cutoff. So now there's two guys now came up with a tool such that it now have access to real-time information, especially like documentations about how specific things or code work, right? So they came up with context 7. And let's talk about the next one, right? So this one now is able to give you the latest information about what you're trying to build. Okay. I also use perplexity to get the latest information about what I'm trying to build. Then we also have talk to Figma. Okay. And then in the case of talk to Figma, that's what it literally does. It just talks to Figma. So it talks directly to Figma, and I'm able to tell course or something here, and then it creates it in Figma. Though it's not the best, but at least it's able to do one or two things. Because I majorly use it to just like flesh out my ideas. All right. So you can see already that I have all of this here. Okay. So now, if you want to have like very great, amazing UI, you can always rely on what's it called? You can always rely on cursor. Give me a second here. Expo. Okay, so if you want to have an amazing UI, you can always literally rely on Cursor, okay, to get things done for you. All right. Other than that, um, you can always go back to Figma to make your changes. Okay. So um, now that we have this, what I just want to quickly do is I want to start showing you like how we can style things up and adjust things and so on and so forth. So even here now, and our simple app is actually ready because like you can click on schedule and again say there's an error here. Okay, say virtualized list never be nested in plain whatever. I don't know what this is, but again, you can always tell the AI to change this. Okay, so and what I want to simply do is I want to tell the AI that this actually is supposed to be a model, right? So I'm going to take a screenshot. And remember when I said that you have to start saving stuff. Okay, so yeah, now I'm just going to come over here and send. Remember this word now. So when we talk about saving things when we're working with GitHub and Git, right, we don't actually say save this file. What we use is we use a different word entirely, but it's literally the same thing as save this file. It's called commit, right? So I'll say commit your latest changes. Okay, very important. Now every app has what is it called? Every app has every file you save, right, is saved into like a master folder called your repository, right? Now inside that master folder, now you are going to have multiple subfolders. Okay, and now your multiple subfolders is what you are going to create. So but inside your master folder, you always have one major folder, and the name of the folder is called main. So if you look at this section here, let me come back here. This third one, you just want to look for the third one, right? So if you look at the third one here, you can see that you have what? Main, right? So this is one folder. So that's your main folder. Now, I want to warn you, anything you put in your main folder is what users are going to see. So sometimes if you are still experimenting with an idea, the best thing is create a different folder, right? And then save all your files on that folder. When you are happy with it, that's why sometimes I can have like 50 folders, sometimes 60, sometimes 80 folders. Okay. So but now in GitHub again, we don't actually call them folders. We call them branches, but they are literally the same. Because if I started with like, oh, there's a commit, there's a branch, you'll be like, what is branch? What is commit? Right? But just think of them like all of them as folders. They are all just folders on your computer, right? But this time around is on GitHub and also kind of save a little file on your computer too as well. So that you can continue from anywhere you are. Right? All you just need to do is clone it and you continue from there. So now, excuse me. So that main is the main folder, but remember that whatever you have in your main folder is what is going to be shown to users. So you can create multiple folders, right? So now I'm going to open a new tab here. So, and again, if you don't want to close this tab, if you're using you're paying $20, right, you have access of up to like 3 tabs per month to be able to like you can do like 3 actions simultaneously. But if you have the budget for max, but max is very expensive. Like sometimes there was one day I just said, let me just test it. I did like I said like 3 tasks, and then I went out for like just 30 minutes. By the time I came back, like they were all the 3 tasks were like around like something percent, and then I blown like about $250. I was like, what? What? $250? Something that if I left it on just ordinary, like just normal class sonnet and stuff, I wouldn't even spend up to $50, right? But unfortunately, that was a lesson I had to learn the hard way. Okay. So because I feel like building applications should be crazy cheap, right? Not us working actively for different AI models or AI companies, as it were. So now we have this here, right? And I will actually prefer it as a modal rather than its own separate page. Okay. And again, if you look at the interface, so let me refer back to Figma. If you look at the interface, it's kind of like grayish background. And the good thing about our cursor is that the more picture is able to see clearly, right, the better. Now this is not a sponsored video, but I'm using huge icon. You can also tell what's it called, you can tell the AI to also use huge icon, because they have like, so I use like their free version. Okay, so I should not be getting sued. Hopefully. So I just use that free version because it's mock-up design, and again, I'm not selling the product. So but right now all these icons here, I don't like it. So we've actually come to the end, but for those that are staying longer, it's just more of like styling, making things look nice and great. And if you like to sit in the app store, you also want to like tinker with it or play with it a little bit, I'm also going to be dropping the link for you guys on GitHub to do whatever you want to do with it. Okay, so we have this schedule, all meetings and so on and so forth, right? Today's schedule and settings. So first thing first is I actually want to just fix this. You know what I even want to do is maybe we may even use like the iPhone classify kind of stuff that they launched today, or maybe not, because I'm right now I think maybe people will later adjust to it, but right now it still feels like very new, even though Windows Vista has done something like that in time past, for those that know that. So let's just quickly start making a couple of changes. So while I was talking, we are still on our main branch, and again we are still connected to rock. Okay, so whatever changes you make right here will also be affecting rock, because rock 2 relies on the main branch, like I said earlier, right? So you can see it's loading up in rock. So what we are going to do is, so that we don't do like major effect to rock. Okay, what we are simply going to do is we are going to open a new tab. So I'm holding option, but if over on the plus icon, you can see it's going to show you the shortcut to do in order to have that. So instead, I'm just going to hold option on my keyboard, and I have a new chat like this. Okay, so in my new chat now, I'm going to say um I don't like, so some of you notice I'm typing is because like I don't want to open my, I actually have a voice to text tool that I use. It's called Flowwise. Again, not a sponsor, but these are tools I use. And with Flow now, you guys will not be able to see it on my screen, but like it's just like a tiny button here. This is it here. Okay, so I did set it to a shortcut on my keyboard. So once I start talking, so even instead of like typing, I could literally just be talking. And sometimes like I say like in a story building. So sometimes I could have my laptop like upstairs, and I could downstairs, and then I'll be talking to my phone, because my phone is an iPhone, so it's connected to the Mac. So I could be talking to my phone while I'm doing like a screen share directly from my phone downstairs, so that I don't have to. So I could just be like seeing movie, and then I'll just be vibe coding, just giving instructions to AI directly on my phone. So it's like that easy. So so now in this new chat here, now I'm going to say I want to change the navigation integration icon to the free version of huge icon. Kindly refer to the image as inspiration. And please, so let me just switch to voice, and please change the schedule icon to just a simple button. Okay, so it's going to type that out, and because of that shortcut now, so it's not able to pick like what I'm saying versus um what I'm saying versus what exactly is expected, right? So I'm just going to come over here and take a screenshot like so and paste that in here. So I think I actually lost my train of thought for a moment. I was going to talk about Figma MCP. So I already have my Figma MCP enabled. So in another class, like maybe in the next class, I'm going to be walking us through how we can use various MCPs to achieve different stuff, right? And then now again, I'm just going to use one MCP as an example in this case. So please check the web. Again, you cannot just say web, you have to put at, then select web and context 7 MCP before you implement the huge icon library. Okay, so now it's going to refer to the image, take it as inspiration, and then that, and then you can also still for that like talk about like the color of the button that you like and everything. So in this case here, I'm going to take this as so I'm using 1A 5%. Okay, so again, it's not actually a good practice. So the best thing is to have the main color. So this is the actual color here, ECEDE. So I'm going to copy that. So and then I'll say the schedule button should be rounded and have a background color of, then again, if you notice there's no name here, right? So let's remove that since it's a simple app, so people can like click on it to understand. So please remove the what's it called, remove the names under the icons, and then finally the background of the app is this. So I can say for light mode, very important, for light mode the overall background should be, paste that in. All right, now because I'm using Figma MCP, I can now go on to say use Figma MCP for inspiration. All right, so again, the more context the better. Now I've selected the element that has every other thing inside it. So I'm just going to right click. You want to come over here and click on, so come to copy and paste as, not just copy, because I see a lot of people complaining about that. It's copy and paste as and copy link to selection. Very important. Now if you want to enable MCP in your Figma, what you need to do is it doesn't have to be on your own page. Just find yourself in any project, and then you want to click on this, come over to preferences, and then you want to have enable dev mode MCP server on. Okay, and then under your dev mode MCP, enable to get image and inline instance. Okay, and then for image settings, you can also toggle use placeholders. Okay, so the thing is that if you use if you you can only select between include variant definition and instances. For example, now if you notice in my design, I don't think I'm using any variant destination, right? So that's why I'm not using it. But if I'm using different variants, like a button that has like multiple colors, multiple versions, big, small size, all of those things, right? That's when I'm going to use that. Okay, so that's what I'm actually going to use. I'm going to include variant definition, but because I don't have any variant in my design, okay, I'm just going to use inline instances. Okay, so once I have that set now, I can now paste, so colon and paste this. Okay, so now if you come over here now, so super base converse frame, so I have frame link, sequential thinking, talk to Figma, blah blah blah, and then you have Figma here. So now remember I told you that if you want your cursor to be fast in replying you, especially when it comes to like tool calling. So because these are all MCP tools, right? So we call them tool calling. So meaning that it's talking to Superbase or Convex or whatever. I'm not using Superbase for now. I'm not using Convex. I'm not using Playwright. I'm not using browser tools. I'm not using FrameLink. I sometimes I use sequential thinking. I'm not using Brave Search. I'm not using talk to Figma because I'm not talking to Figma. I want to get information from Figma. Uh, should I use Taskmaster? No, I'm not. I'm still going to use Taskmaster, but not now. Then browser base is I use browser base and Playwright for user testing for the web. Anyways, so now that we have this, we can now click on send. And there's something important I didn't talk about. Like we have different modes in Cursor, and the mode I've been using since is the agent mode. So agent mode, what agent mode does is that it can plan and write multiple files at the same time. So it writes your entire code base for you, right? And then you can click on this to see different modes. So sometimes you don't want to ask, you don't want it to write any code at all, like at all. What you just want is that you just want to ask questions, right? You use ask for just that. Okay. And then if you want manual, so you want to manually add context, but you don't want it to add any tools, you don't want it to do any tool calling, right? And then you can even add other other, you can even add other tools to it. Okay, I mean other kind of setup. I've seen some people where they set up as they even have one like a UX writer, right? And what it does is it writes anything about UI interfaces, experiences, and text for to inform users about what is going on in the app, right? So I'm going to select, like I have this now. I'm just going to click send. Okay, so I think I'm available to like blow some more tokens, like just 2x extra, right? So I'm going to use this, and then I'll say before implementing, please use sequential thinking. Does your prompt have to be robust as this? No. But sometimes taking your time to do all of this is going to save you a lot of headache. So you do this step by step till you are done. I know they say vibe coding is like full flex. Sometimes it is not. Sometimes it's full flex. Okay. The full flex come from the angle of if you give it enough context, you can literally, now that is working, I can literally walk away and then come back later, unlike actually having to like sift through going to look for the icon documentation, study the icon documentation, what the icon looks like, and all of those things, right? It has done that search for me on my behalf, right? And then sequential thinking was also made by the founder of Magic Tools. And the good thing about sequential thinking that it actually forces itself to think. And the funny thing is that what I'm doing is actually very redundant because it came out before thinking tools came out, and then a lot of people are now using like thinking AI models. Like if you look at it, there's a brain here so to and indicate that it's a thinking model, right? So it thinks about what it's going to say before it even says anything regarding that. So again, you can see it takes time thinking about it, trying, even though it's just as simple as fixing this thing. But again, once you start working like mobile interfaces, it's a little bit what's the word now, it's a little bit complex. So the best thing to do is to have it the way it is right now. Okay, so we have this, and you can see we have tabs, we have, and you can see layout and layout. So you want to leave these things alone, right? Especially if you don't write any code. This is your best place to have your conversation, right, from the beginning to the end. All right, so while this is going on, I'm going to say, I'm going to open a new tab and say, please make sure the schedule page is a modal, not an actual page. All right, click on send. So you can see now, and this is that what it becomes very interesting. Like it is writing code here for you, it is also writing code here for you. And again, now I need to stop something here. So now there's something that we have, we call it rules, okay, or project rules. So you have to always instruct your AI, especially how you want your project to behave. So the mistake I did was that once you've collected, once you've gotten your information from Rock, and Rock is free of charge, so you can literally start your project with Rock free of charge, no payment, and then you bring it to Cursor. So the very first thing I was supposed to do, which is a mistake on my part, was I was supposed to generate rules that Cursor must follow. And why is it that? Why is that? Because here now Cursor is using npm. And if you remember when we said install a package, it was using bun or bun, right? So bun is not the same as npm, and already you can see errors here, error. Why? Because it was not the one that installed the information, and that's why I identify this as an error, whereas they are not actually error. So what you can simply do is, so that cursor does not forget, what I can simply do is I'm going to just create a new chat here, all right? And then you just want to press backslash, and once you press backslash, now you have all of this, right? And I'm just going to click on generate rules and click on send. So once I click on generate rules and click on send, right, cursor is going to generate a list of, so I want you guys to pay attention here that it's only expo here now, but by the time cursor is done now, so what cursor is going to first do is that it's going to read all of these files, try and understand what is going on in the file, and then come up with a set of rules. Now, how does this rule work? The essence of this rule is to instruct the AI that, okay, when you are trying to take action, these are the things you must adhere to strictly. If you don't adhere to them, don't send any information over to the user, which is me having a conversation with the chat. And you can see now it's trying to make a directory, so it's trying to create another folder here. So mkdir means create a different folder in this place, which is that. So now it's asking me for my permission. Okay, if I want to automate it, I can go back to, remember, charts, scroll the way down, and come over here, click on this place and type mkdir, hit enter, and then after now, anytime it says mkdir, is going to just implement it immediately. So you can see I have what is, I've added it to my what command list. Okay, and now you can see now it's writing our project overview. So if I click on this, and now it's writing our project overview, right? So Chrono is a React Native app built with TypeScript for meeting management and scheduling. React Native with Expo Router. This is the entry point, this is the home, these settings, and so on and so forth, right? So it's creating all of those component guides, right? And then again, it's talking about like this is exactly how we make styling, right? So these are all the core components. These are the component patterns and so on and so forth. So while this is going on as our rules files, now I can come here and said we don't have npm at all, and please avoid it. Okay, we only use Bone. So knowing your package manager is also very important. Okay, very important. So say we only use Bone. All right, so now if I click on send, I notice an error here already, right? And this came because of npm. So the best thing to do is you want to always restore your message. Where do you go? Let's redo checkpoints. So I'm going to paste this here. Oh no. I missed something. Okay, you know what? Let's just continue from where we stop. So I need to stop this. I I I have to say everything again. Okay, so yeah, now I'm gonna say so I want you to use huge icon, and please make sure you use context 7 and web to check about huge icon, and then use the free icon library to be able to replace all the icons that we have. And then again, please, schedule is meant to be a button. Refer to the image for inspiration, and then the dividing line of the tab above the tab rather should be gone totally. Then the overall background of the app will be attached, and then please make sure to use Figma MCP. See the link below. So it's going to have that. So we have context 7 and the web. Remember, I need to put at web, yeah. Then also tell it to use sequential. Let me see, am I missing something? Okay, so you can see now this one has, it has turned to a modal, yeah. And then this one I'm saying I use sequential thinking. So use sequential thinking. Then again, I also want to add what's it called? Make sure to use bone instead of npm. Then background color. for light mode. Very important. So I'm going to select this. I have this color, paste it here, schedule button, background color for light. So again, this color, all right, and then our accent color for both, our accent color for light is this color. Now we can use this one for dark. Okay, so you can now tell it that based on the accent color for light, remember that you are an expert accessibility designer, so kindly use a variant that will work correctly on dark mode. Okay, so we have that. So we are using context 7 for the web. We have our free icon library. Use it, so it's free icon library, blah blah blah, and this and this and that, and we can hit send. Okay, so while that is ongoing, let's quickly check our settings page. So we have in our settings page, we have system that follows the system app. We have dark. I don't think dark is working yet fully. Yeah, dark is not working, so I'm going to dismiss that. Light is not working, so we only have system. Okay, so we can also work on this to fix this. Okay, and you can see like we have the settings and the about page, right? Very minimal stuff. So in this place now we have this. Oh, there's something I missed here again. I was supposed to use copy the Figma link. So again, you can see I'm actually like in the frame of the app itself. So I'm just going to copy link to selection and paste this. Okay, send. All right, now let's quickly look at something here. So if you look at it, I'm using a particular style of enter, right? So again, I'm just going to right click, copy, and what I want to do here is I can either choose copy properties and paste it there, or I can say copy as code, and then I can copy all the CSS layers. Okay, and then I can come over to this tab because that's changed. So let's see whether this is working now. Okay, so now whenever you make changes like this, it's not as if it's going to work immediately. So what you want to do is that sometimes you have to like restart, what's it called, you have to restart the project. But again, if you don't want things to fall apart, okay, then there's something I was supposed to do here is that now you can see I have all of these files here like this now, and they need to be saved. So what I'm going to do first is, please remember I said another folder, but we refer another folder to a branch, right? So please create another branch and give it a name that is recognizable. Okay, again, I don't need to know the name of the branch because sometimes you want to get the name of the other folder you want to give it. So it's going to create another branch. Now you can see git branch, see feature schedule modal conversion, right, based on this chart that we had here. And then it has created that branch, and then once it has done that, it's going to give it a different name. And now immediately you can see how we switch from main to this, right? See how the AI is just controlling everything. And then now all I just now do is I need to generate a message because this message is very important. So I'm going to come over here, click on generate message, and it's going to generate the message, and then I just need to click on commit. And then now what I need to do is, do you want to commit changes or save? Just click on the first one, you are good to go. And then the next thing you need to do is always click on publish branch. Now in this class I'm not going to talk about code rabbits. In the next class we'll look into code rabbits, authentication, and some of the stuff relating to that, right? So now that we have this, we have, if you notice, everything is looking good apart from this section here, right? So again, I can still continue here now, but I'm going to create a new chart like this, and then I'm going to come over here, drag this to this place, okay, and say please use context 7 and at web to fix issues. Yeah, right? So I know what is supposed to be changed, but again, because I can do this quickly, but I'm just trying to show how people that are non-coders who have no idea about code, right? All you just need to do is, oh, there's an error here, right? It's underlying this as an error. You don't need to know what the issue is. Just make sure you give it a prompt like this. Drag the name of the item that you think has error. Drag it all this way and type this, right? So you don't have to say save. Just say please use context and web to fix issues. Okay, and mind you, all the while we have been making all of these messages, Cursor is actually billing me. Yes. So if I come over here now to this place and I type Cursor, come over to Cursor settings in my dashboard. Now you can see, let me quickly log in. So now in my dashboard, I can see I already I've gone through. I'm almost done with my request for this month, right? But this is my monthly spend, like $100. I always leave it at $100. Once I hit $100, see you next month. Okay. So right now you can see so far so good. I spent $1.04. Not today, but like over time. So if you look at it, like I think yesterday slash today has been like basically the longest time I've written stuff. Okay, let me see, view full analytics, 77,000 accepted, and this is like in the last this, let's do in the last 30 days. Okay, so you can see that like between yesterday and today, right, has been like the most amount of code I've written. Yes, it does. I worked on, I think I posted made a post about it, like I worked on like 25 tasks, and then the other time I worked like up to 20,000. And if you look at it, like this is about 60,000 lines of code. Can you see it? So this is what AI can do. So like when the CEO of Anthropic said that in the future there's going to be like one person, one man company billionaire, right? Is actually very possible because a single person can think of an idea and then make it become billions of dollars overnight, right? And even Cursor, the Cursor team uses Cursor to build Cursor to improve on Cursor. Same thing with Claude. The Claude company Anthropic uses Claude code to build Claude to even make it better. So people are doing stuff like that. Even we can build a vibe coding app to to build other apps. So basically, let me switch. Let me close Rock because we are done with Rock. And then we are now just strictly in Cursor. Let's go back to Cursor. So we have this now. So again, you can see it wants to start afresh, right? So I'm going to press yes. So it's going to open a new stuff. Okay. So once I hit I on my keyboard now, it's going to reload this and open the project again, right? But now we're in 1083. So even all of you, you can scan this code or just type this on your app right now, and then you'll be able to have access to this on your device. Okay. So now you can see that it has made those fixes. Now no more red underline, it's now yellow. As long as it's on yellow, you're good to go. Okay. And then yes, yes, yes. But if it's red, please, you always want to fix it. Okay. Otherwise, sometimes it's not going to build. And if you look at the bottom here, I don't know whether some of us can see it. Let me see whether I can zoom it from this place here. Okay, so looking good. So view fuse schedule, right? So it didn't get what I was referring to. So I'm going to have to make changes to that. All right. So, but again, and the icon, I don't think it has changed it yet. So view fuse schedule should be a modal now. Can you see it? It's not a modal, which is what I'm expecting. Okay. So, but again, you can always correct it, right? So I'm going to close this, dismiss this, click on schedule, and then now it's saying no schedule is up happening here, right? And so now I'm going to go back to today, take a screenshot of this, right? And then now I'm going to come back here and start making a little bit of adjustment. But we notice already we already have like the background color. So is it implementation would involve replacing icon color, update color, schedule button per Figma design, and so on and so forth. So we say yes, right? So if you come over here, if you look at, so we have, it didn't actually initialize the Figma MCP. So I'm going to look into that, and in the next class we'll be able to talk about effectively. So, but again, instead of that, now we are going to have this. So I will say, so again, you always want to read this. So next step, implementation would involve replacing. I'll say yes, please continue. So now the thing is that sometimes you may not see your changes because you've refused to read your instructions, whatever the A has replied you. So please take your time to like read through and then send. Now this is where it becomes very difficult. Starting a project is very quick and very fast. You can achieve many things, but now fine-tuning and refining the design, making it look one-to-one like what you have in mind, is going to take a while. So for example, when people say, and for a start, like when you are pushing out your product, this is perfect. Like literally, this is perfect. Like literally, it's very, very perfect. What you have right now, here that you can see is perfect, and push it out to users. And then while they are using it, you can now start making changes. Okay, you can start making changes, and based on the whatever change that you do, right, you can now start updating it, and they will also always be looking forward to that. Okay, and this is what you have as an MVP. So like I said, that if you want to drop off, you can drop off, but if you want to say like the full extend video transform from what we have right now to exactly what we have in Figma, because that's what I'm aiming for, right? So it's just, so if you remember again, if I come back to escalate draw, where is it? Escalate draw. So if you remember again, where we are seated right now is literally just the interface, the front end, right? No backend, no database. So, and this is the way to go. So you want to do just the front end. So in the next class, we are definitely working with database and backend, right? So because the database and the backend is exactly where we are going to store in all the information. But again, I feel like database in this case is an overkill because we can actually store all the information on the user's device, so to speak. Okay, because we're not really doing much. It's when you're doing much that you want to have the database stored elsewhere, or like Superbase and so on and so forth. But definitely we are going to actually use backend and database for authentication, because we need to have a place where we can store all the users that are going to be registering and using the app. Okay, so we are going to have that also in the next class. So somebody asked when next. I don't know yet, but again, soon. So, and now the thing is that when you made that change, now you can see immediately I created the folder, I said compare and pull request. No, once I click on compare and pull request, what is going to mean that it's going to download into this main folder, which I don't want yet. Okay, so instead of that, I'm just going to continue with my folder in cursor. Okay, and you can see already now that now it has changed all the colors to the orange color I'm looking for, and you can see that it has changed the background color, right, is working on fixing that. And then again, you can see that here now we say this layout is actually being edited in another folder. So sometimes you always want to take different projects and then avoid them. So, and why it is showing this is that despite the fact that I'm done, right, it's still not allowing me to continue. So what I can simply do is if I come back here and click on accept all, and I switch over to this place, now you see, or let me switch over to this one, see, accept all. Okay, and then I know it's going to break a couple of things. So once you do that, it should continue now. Do you see it? So once it breaks a couple of things, just still wait for it to keep building, right? So sometimes it's automatic reload. So this will mean that automatic reload, like as changes is being made, is updating, right? So sometimes it just changes out of the box, or sometimes you just see these errors. Okay, so it's trying to make all those changes right now. You can see it's switching what we have with the huge icon library icon, and then it's also reloading the app. So I'm just going to close this, right, and then now we have like a blank screen. But again, do not panic, just wait for it to finish working on it. And then let's say it turns out to be just a blank screen. What you can always do is you can just tell the AI, okay, you know what, please fix this. So let's just recap. All right, so again, initially we start from, oh, what is the problem that this user is having? We understood that, and then we understood the business case and how we intend to charge for the product, right? And then whether we want to make it free for life, like this one is going to be free for life for anybody that want to use it. Okay, and then maybe if I want to make, and if I want to make money from this and people are going to be registering with it, I could maybe add like an ad, and then if people don't mind, they can click on the ad, or I can say, you know what, just donate to me and make donations. Okay, and then for every donation you do, half of it is going to be going to people who need help in Nigeria. So something like that, but it's not something like I want to talk about like today, maybe in other classes and not like that. Okay, or even like create more free classes like this for other people that are looking to learn or looking to make their next $1 billion or billion naira or billion Japanese yen and so on and so forth. Okay, so right now we have this and it's just trying to run iOS. So there's a couple of errors here already that I can see. So it has even killed off the server here automatically. So what I'm going to do now is let me just open this one up and close this. Okay, then wait for it. Let's see. So again, I'm already noticing like some issues here, right? Well, again, I'm not going to be bothered. So you can see like some errors here. So we just have to wait for it. So chats, any questions so far? Let me see. Okay, on Twitter, no questions. I think I'm way behind. Okay, so Twitter is behind. Let me check YouTube. Okay, so no questions from YouTube. Aha, now interestingly. So again, when you see by default we stop your agent. Yes, this is what's it called? This is cursor purposely doing this. So that's why sometimes I tend to use Cloud Code. So this is Cloud Code. And the good thing about Cloud Code is that if you have a Cloud account or you're paying for it, you get to have what is it called? You get to have free access for a while, and then after that it just cancels. So but right now I'm not using my own account, I'm just using an API. Okay, so that means what that simply means is that I'm using another version of that to have access to it. So like you can subscribe for just the normal app alone, and then you can also subscribe for the API service, right? So they're connected directly to your computer without having you to like log in with your own account. So in this case, I can click on yes. All right, and then he's asking me a couple of questions like what would I like to do or what would I like to achieve. Okay, so I can give it a simple question like, oh, can you explain my code base to me? But again, I don't want to waste my money. What I can simply do is right now, and the interesting part is that whatever page you are on, that's what it's going to see. So right now I'm in this place, right? And then can you tell me if there is an issue here, right? And then hit send. Okay, so and the good thing about this one, it tells you the amount you are spending already. I've blown 29 seconds in here, and then again they say that, oh, this is TX config looks correct for a React Native Expo project, no obvious issues detected. Do you see it? Very interesting stuff. Okay, so again, this is just keep loading till it's done. So sometimes like you can just be loading, and then you just walk away. Then when it's ready to continue, you be back to it exactly where you need it to be. Okay, so we're just gonna keep waiting. Yes, sir. So let me close Cloud for now. Yeah, terminate, and then just press I on my keyboard. So you can see it has said it has made all the changes. So again, the good thing about simulator is that I can literally just long press, left click and long press, and then I can delete the app like this. Okay, I'm just going to ignore that, and then I can still come back and press I again, and now you see it's just going to start installing the app on this place. Okay, so that's a good thing about um this. So once it's done installing, it's going to open up the page like so, like you can see. So now you can see already that we have like a couple of errors. Okay, so no problem. I'm going to click on accept, should reload a bit, and then if the error still persists, I can always fix that. So again, let's just close the app. Let's just delete this, remove app, delete app. Okay, and I'm just going to end this up. So whenever you want to cancel an operation in your terminal, so this is known as a terminal, so you can press Ctrl C like this. For Mac, for Windows, I'm not really sure, don't really know. But again, you can always ask Perplexity on how to do that. Okay, and then yeah, I'm just going to do born run start again manually myself. Okay, and it's just going to do that. And do you want to use that port? I'll say yes, and then just going to build that, press I on my keyboard and have it installed here. So now again, I have all of these errors, right? So what I can simply do is I'm going to take a screenshot like so, select that, Control V. Okay, is there any other error I'm supposed to look at here? Okay, no, I'm going to switch over to log one, take the screenshot too as well, select all of these, paste it here, fix the errors. Okay, and then also still come over here again, select all of these. So what I mean, what we are just simply doing is we are actually referring to two AI models at the same time. We are referring to the vision part and then the text part, the text version. So I'm going to click on add to chat and then fix the errors. Click on send. Go and take my water, drink my bottled water, and vibe by chilling. So and now the interesting thing is that you can actually click on this, right? And then it's going to take you to like the page of what is there, and then you can now start making like little adjustments or controls. Okay, so I know that for a fact this calendar icon, this settings icon, this is the clock icon. So the calendar icon is what should go away. So it hasn't gotten like our full instruction. So again, we're having trouble connecting with your provider. Just click on resume. If it doesn't answer, you just type continue. So even I think my go-to text in this case here is usually continue. I'll just type CONTINUE, continue all the time. And now it's trying to use a different calendar icon. I don't know why it's trying to use a different calendar icon. Okay, so let me do the heavy lifting. So this user icon reacts. So let me see what is happening exactly. So I'm just gonna go to look for again perplexity. So I'm trying to close all of these apps. So this is the part where reading documentation now helps. Okay. So again, remember I said I specifically said use icon for React Native, right? So again, this is what Perplexity is giving me. Okay. So now I'm going to copy this and say I noticed you don't want to use huge icon. Please use this. Okay, paste that in, and then now I'm going to say I'm going to copy this, right? And then say see this as basic doc. Okay, and then I'm still going to come over here and say can you provide documentation for huge icon React Native? So why is this doing all of this, all of this, all of this? I'm just trying to find the documentation. There's no documentation here. Okay. So why is trying to do this? You know what? I've already copied this before already. So I'm just going to click on stop and send and tell it, no, I want you to use huge icon. Okay. So in this case, I don't need this. I'm just going to terminate all of this. Let me see, switch over. So close this. There's no need for this. Terminate. Close this. There's no need for this. Okay. So I remember that I said born. Even that's why the fact that my documentation says npm install, it still went on to use born. So this is why you always add your instructions. Okay. So now it's going to go back to go and start changing everything again. Like so. Then let me see. Come over here. So this is the docs. So I just want to see all the icons, and then now I can now go on to like, so you can see where we have free. So I can click on free, and then I can refer to the different icon names that I have. I know that for a fact this is settings. And let's see, because I know that there are different settings, and then I'm using this. Okay, so if you see now, I can switch to React Native, right? And then I can copy this. Okay, so even you can even like take a full screenshot like this. Okay, if you are being lazy, so that the AI can learn from it. All right, so I can paste this here, do the same for the other icons. So I know it's a bit taxing, but again, we are trying to fine tune it to be very clean. So despite the fact that you have released that to your user to use, you can always come back to fine tune it. Okay, so I know that this one now, this moon icon O3 and smart iPhone is wrong, so it should be settings icon. So let's come over here and say for settings icon, and then for what is it called? I think we have, where's our design? We have time. So for the time we have what's the name? Time quarter pass. So I'm going to come over here and come to time quarter pass. All right. And then for time quarter pass, if you select it, you should change all of this. So we can have this. All right. And time quarter pass. Okay. So then stop, send. All right. So again, taking your time to like read these things is going to save you a whole bunch of time, like literally a bunch of time. So taking screenshot. So it's going to look at it and say, oh, okay, so I think I'm using the wrong icons, right? So now they are showing me, it's showing me the correct icon names. Okay. So very, very important. So sometimes you have to, that's why I say that one of the best things that you can do for yourself is taking your time to read documentation, and sometimes supervising the AI will save you a lot of headache. So that when you're looking at it, right, you can do this. Now, I have another process I didn't talk about because I didn't want to confuse you, because like this is literally like the first time. So I actually make use of Taskmaster. And what Taskmaster does is it uses Perplexity so under the hood to make search and create all of these instructions, right? So with Perplexity now, it's going to make those specific searches for you on your behalf so that you don't have to stress at all. Okay. So now you can see that it has done everything I've instructed it to do, as except the button, which I'm still going to force it to do. Okay. So I'm still going to come over here and press I like this, and it's going to download all the necessary information, button the app, and then show me. Okay, now our app is crashing. So let me see why it's crashing. Okay, so let me just clear all of this and then hit I again. Good. Ignore. Close this. Okay, so you can see now we have our icons and all of these things. Okay, so now I'm going to open a fresh. So again, once you start having a long chat, please, it's going to be it's going to be stressing out your LLM. And again, another trick is when you're working with Class on it has a better memory than a goldfish. However, it doesn't last more than 1 hour. After 1 hour, that's why, like, when you start vibe coding, always check your time. It's very important. So once you hit 1 hour in your time, like you spend 1 hour on this stuff, simply put, I beg of you, start a new chat and continue from there. What it does for is that it's going to give, because everything you've been saying so far, Cloud is going to forget everything, like literally everything, and then you're frustrated because it's going to come up with fresh code exactly after 1 hour. So what you can do to save yourself an headache is, when you create a new chat after 1 hour, just tell it that, you know what, please, I want you to specifically study the entire code base, right? So I have this like a text that I save in my notepad. So I'll just, after once I check that, oh, it's after 1 hour, I'll just copy that and paste it first. So it's going to learn the entire code base again afresh. So once it does that, now then you can now start prompting it. You say you get better much result than just relying, oh, it's you with, but than just forgetting that, oh, this has actually spent 1 hour and beyond. Okay. And again, once your code base start getting to like um 200,000 tokens, please, at that point, it doesn't need to learn your entire code base again. The only thing is, you want to tell it to like create like a mental tree, right, in mermaid style. Just to create a mental tree mermaid style. So, and then when you want to refresh the memory, just take that mermaid style. Like, it's going to be, if cursor is going to give you as a screenshot, as a picture, so you can screenshot that picture and then just drag and drop and then give it your next instruction. So it's going to look at that main message to try and gain a visual picture of how your entire code base works, right? And then from there it's going to continue. Okay, so that is that. But again, cursor to under the would are doing a lot of caching or saving a lot of files on your behalf while you are trying to prompt the AI. So you may not necessarily follow the instructions I just gave. Okay, but again, I've seen that by doing that way for me, it works nicely and perfectly for me. So that is why I'm saying that, oh, this is something you should um pay attention to. So like I said, right now it looks ugly. We are just focused on making it look literally very beautiful. As exactly, like I want to do like a one-to-one design as what we have in Figma. So next up is to create a fresh new chart, and then this time around, now I like what I'm saying, but I don't say can you locate where the tabs are? So I want to start with something as simple as this, because I know I don't want to stress myself again. So it's going to take its time to try and look for it, so it knows exactly where it is. So you can say, oh, fine, everything is inside the tab directory. So I'm going to come over to the tab directory, and then in the tab directory now we have this text. So it says schedule meeting, this text schedule meeting. We have the styles, the title, and I think this is just the button alone. Okay, so let me see. Just a second here. So we have our modal meeting schedule. The schedule will appear here. So okay, this is our schedule page. Okay, which we're actually going to get rid of. So we have our tab. So I'm looking for the components page that have all the tabs. Okay, so this will be it now. So here now we have, so if I comment this out like this, so if as you can see, immediately I commented it out, you can see that schedule here now is set to the last item, and then it has this kind of like arrow on top of it. Okay, and so the problem is that this is exactly how um um apps behave on mobile. Okay, so what you want to do is, because I'm not a master, right? So what I'm simply going to do is I'm going to come over here and say I'm just going to quick edit, right? And for this quick edit now, I don't think you can add picture because I've never tested with pictures before, but I can say um lose the icon, make it a button, make make this make this a button. Okay, and make the text capitalized. All right, and then click send or enter. Right, so GPT 4.1 is going to do just that. There's going to be a couple of errors. Wait for it. Yeah, and let's hit accept for now. Okay, so when we save, our app should be broken. Okay, so once it's broken now, I can say I'm going to come over here, copy all of this again. Remember, we can do quick edits with GPT 4.1 or click on add to chat. So I'm going to come over to add to chat and say please fix. So it's going to look at this and understand exactly what's going on. So GPT 4.1 does not know that we're actually working with it knows that we're working with React Native, but it doesn't know exactly how to fix it because it's trying to infuse HTML into React Native, right? Which will not work. So React Native only support React Native components. So now what it's going to try and do now is going to replace everything by using React Native elements only. Okay, so that is what it's trying to do here now. So it's going to replace that and change everything. Uh, so once we have that done, okay. So let me click on close, accept, save. So I'm going to come back to our terminal. Where is it? There's one terminal open here. Need to find. Okay, this should be it. Okay, so terminate. Let's go. Yeah, this one. Terminate. Okay. So sometimes that's why I like working my terminal at the bottom here. So I'm going to click on burn, run, start. So let's see where the issues are. Okay, then press I on my keyboard and see it come to life. Yeah. So it's not responding. So what I'm going to do instead, let's go back home and delete our Expo app. So this is like what you do when you're working mobile. So mobile can be a little bit, if it was web app now, it's a little bit easier. Sincerely speaking, it's literally a little bit easier. So it's going to try and install it again. Let's try it out. Okay, so that's why sometimes a design an interface can be very simple, but developer will be like, why are you trying to punish me? Literally. But again, you just have to keep at it till the AI actually figures it out, right? So you just have to keep pushing and forcing it. So now again, you can see that now it's fully loaded. Let's see whether it actually obeys us or not. Why am I still stuck in cursor? Let me click outside. my dear computer is really suffering. Because like I have like multiple apps open, one Zoom, one live stream. I think I want to end my Zoom now because like people are not responding yet, so I think they're probably slept off. So I'm just gonna close my Zoom. So that should take like a whole bunch of load off my computer. So but in the next program, I think I'll be using a different computer with for Zoom basically, and then be sharing my screen directly from there. So let's end meeting for all day. Okay, so that should be much faster. Here we have this. Now you can see schedule looking good. Okay, so now what we can now go on to do is, now that we have all of this here, we don't have our team background. This should be white. So again, I'm going to use quick edit. This time around I'm going to switch over to close on it. All right, and please tell you that this is a React Native. Okay, button color should be our app secondary button color. But again, it may not know it because like these are two different thinking section. But let's try this one now. Let's see whether it's going to get it or not. So let's click on accept, save. That should break. Okay, so it doesn't work correctly. So what I'm going to simply do is I'm going to paste this here and then make sure I select the section I want to fix. Let's save that. Okay, so I'm going to make God, select all of this like so, copy that, paste here. So when you make copy and paste like that, it will just show you, which is actually very nice actually. So see image for reference. Okay, so for the see image for reference, now I'm going to come back to this page, just take screenshots. Right, so I pasted that in. So send that. So while that is working, I'm going to work on something else entirely. So now I want to start fixing the font. Okay, so you can simply just come over. So come over, right click. I want to copy as code. So in this case, I'm going to copy all layers, right? And if I paste that here, so you can see already it's going to give me like all of these styles and so on and so forth, punctuation, blah 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 blah. Please replace the large type of fonts with this. Okay, make sure it supports React Native. Okay, send. All right, so while that is finally done, I'm going to come over here, click on accept. So this is not the color we're aiming for, so I can come back here, click on this. I think this is the color we're aiming for. So what I'm going to do is the background color for the button is not correct. It should be this, right? And then what again? Also, please hide the today and settings text. Okay, so you can see that now this is kind of cut off, right? So I'm going to fix that shortly. So let me come back to our new chat. So it's still actually working. So then I forgot what. Then please change the color of the schedule text to black. And please, when a user clicks on the schedule button, it should trigger a modal and not a page. Okay, so we have that. Let's accept this. So that works. Send this. Come over to our new chart. So this is still working. So I guess we're gonna wait for it a little bit to switch all the icons. So you can see that the icons are looking very good. Okay, but I don't know, again, for some reason our app looks a little bit our text looks a little bit cut off. Okay, so I'm just going to ask it that why is it cut off. So I'm going to screenshot this. Again, it has forgotten. Now it's the npm start. So for now I'm just going to ignore this and paste this here. Why is the text looking cut off? And I know that for a fact this is supposed to be using a specific style. So let me quickly switch to developer mode. Yeah, so it's supposed to be using this linting norm stuff. So it's not using it. So I'm going to come over here and copy all of this, right? And then come back here. So I can come over to perplexity now. So you can see, like, that's how I'm always trying to like switch between different models, right? So I can, so that I'm able to like get to exactly what I want. So I'll say, please format this styling to what is obtainable in React Native. So press send, right? So once it does that, now it's going to look at all of the style properties, and now I can just simply come over here and copy all of this like so. I'm not using style sheets. Let's see. Okay, so you say this matches closely, so I'll say it's cut enough. Look at this. Okay, so it's and then now it's just going to look at that and try and fix that um that particular header text. All right, so while he's trying to fix that header text, let's come over to our previous tab, and you can see now we have this looking very good. Okay, so but again, I want to add that white background back to this particular section here. So now I can take a screenshot here and come back to our first chart because we're no longer using it, right? It's done. So I'm going to add, and then now in this place here, again, please, what I'm doing, please do not do it like always. Each feature save, each feature save, each feature save, each feature save, right? Just commit, right? And don't just click on commit. What you can always do is, please, you can click on stage all changes, right? So once you stage all the changes like so, it's going to be saved. Okay, so in this case here now, let me, I think I'm good to reload. Okay, so here now I can come over back here, press I, so it's supposed to reload. Let's see, let's see, let's see. So I'm just going to remove this app. So commit this one, delete. So it's going to generate a message. All right, so once it generates the message, I can click on commit and then seek changes, and then you're going to save directly in this folder. So you can create like multiple folder files. Okay, so while I'm here now, let me just delete this one and then press I for this. Okay, so Chronomit is loading up and we have this. Okay, so that might say that this thing takes like extreme you need extreme patience. I think should be double click. when you are trying to build. Okay, so don't think that, oh, it's going to just be like, oh, 1 day or 2 days. No, it could take like a week or 2 weeks, right? But again, the earlier you're able to like name down your design, the better for you. So let's just quickly so we have like a lot of white space here, a lot of white space here. Some of our information are like cut off. So let's refer back to the design. Okay, and I know that the text is supposed to be like in 2 lines. Okay, so what I'm simply going to do is I'm going to take a screenshot like so and tell you that um the second image, the second image, then I think 936. Okay, so the second image shows what the current app looks like. The time of hour should be stacked over or on top the minutes, right? So you might want to break it up. Okay, let's hit send. So I like this -0. So I think is this linting norm, tabular norm, or slide zero. Yes, slide zero. Okay, so I'm just going to copy slide zero and let's see why it's not implementing it. So I'm going to come over to where it is. So again, this is our time, so I just need to look for our time in the interface, right? So when you're on your own page, it's always referred to as index, so you want to come over there and find that. So that way I say that having a little bit of understanding of HTML and CSS will help you to have clearer or better understanding of some of this stuff. Okay, so in this place here now we can see this is our date display, this is our location display, and then what I'm trying to do is fix our date display, so which is this. So I'm just going to click on this. So in our date display now we have weekend, days, short. Okay, it's not this one. This content, view styles, meeting summary. Okay, let's check layouts. Tab, interesting. Status bar, then schedule model, stack screen. No, not fine. It should be this layout or index. So let's see. Okay, scroll view. So this is where we get to scroll our content. This is our clock. Oh, my bad. So we have our clock, we have our date display, we have our location selector. So let's look at our clock. So I'm holding command, or you can, if you're using Windows, you can use control to select it. So and then it takes you to that particular component. So this is the component here. Okay, so it's just like Figma, like where you can create like different sections and have different components. So the components are going to be saved elsewhere, and then you can combine them in a single page. Okay, so in this place there now, here we have our hour, we have our minutes. Okay, and then hour 12 is off, and then we are taking the selected time zone. So based off the time zone, that's what we are using to calculate that. So if I click on accept for the clock, it's going to make expected changes, and you can see now it's now showing. Okay, so again, but I noticed that it's still kind of cut off, so we can always adjust that anyways. So you can see now, so our app is looking good, is looking exactly the way it is in Figma. So the only thing that all of this thing is a little bit lower, so we can always adjust that. So this stuff now, so I can click on accept and we have that. So in this time here now, I want that slide zero to be back. So let's see where we are having our slide zero. So in this case here now, we have this. So this is the time time zone secondary. So again, sometimes what you can do is you can just comment things out like this, and then so I'm using command backslash to comment things out, and then when you hit save, so it's going to show exactly what is gone, right? So in this case now I can see that it is the time zone that is gone, so that's good. So which is now, this is our hour and our minute, right? So you can see styles.time is this. So let's go into our styles.time, and let's look at it. So in our styles.time, we are using this font, but we're not using that other class, which is this one here, font variant numeric. Okay, so I'm just going to copy that. So copy font variant numeric. No, it's just, I'm going to copy this two actually. One, two, font feature setting, and these two. So we're going to copy that, and let's see. So if it breaks, we are going to, that means we are not going to use it. So I'm going to press enter and then paste that in save. So press tab, tab. Okay, let's save that. Let's see. So font variant is this way. Um, let's see whether we have React Native here. No React Native. Okay. So let me just take these two again. Right. Go back to Perplexity and then rewrite to support React Native, colon, send, enter. So it's going to write it to support React Native. Why is it losing this? Okay, so it sees that it says, you see that it says it does not support font variant number. You can sometimes use font variant as tab norms in the style object, but not all values like leaning or slide zero are available across platform. So it's not supported in React Native. So if you need advanced like this stuff, you may need to use a custom font that includes this by default. Okay, for example, let's see. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, so how do I enforce it? So you should do more search, find created version of choosing fonts, interlinking version 0, or you want to generate the fonts. Okay, add the font file, blah blah blah. Let's see. Okay, so apparently it's not available according to React, it's not available in for iOS. So maybe available for Android, but again, maybe after this call, I'm going to figure it out, but don't worry, definitely work. So let's just continue with the styling. So again, I'll say this is cut off. So I'll say why is it cut off? Okay, and again, I can quickly reference all of this, right? So the easiest way is just drag this component, because I know this is where the component is. So I'm going to select that component, I click on send, and then it's going to show me why it's cut off. So again, so that it doesn't waste time to search, because sometimes some people would like leave it to waste time to search. It doesn't have that time, so don't let it waste time to search. Again, if you're on Twitter or X or YouTube and you have questions, please feel free to drop the questions. Okay. So while we're waiting for cursor, again, if you have any questions for me, please drop in the chats. Be expecting your messages. Okay, so let's remove tabular norms. Let's see whether that's a problem. Nope. Margin vertical spacing. Let's remove that. Let's save. Nope. Margin bottom. Let's save. Nope. So what is cutting it? Let's remove mean height. Save. Okay. Let's save that. Making up space already. Margin bottom. Let's remove that. Save. Okay. Let's undo that. Then time linter height. Let's do 120. 110 is fine. For um line height, let's do 110. I think that should be the problem. Yeah. Letter spacing, let's hide that for now. Not as much. So the more you add letter spacing, the more it gets cut off. React Native is proving more headache than unexpected. So let's switch. Let's quickly switch. Let me do something. Um Back to this mode. Oh no, dev mode. Yeah. Dev mode. Let's see. Give me a list code in iOS Swift UI. Let's see. Multi-text align. Doesn't support the others, interestingly. Just the color background. How nice. Okay, let's try Android Compose. Okay, so Android 2 does not support this. I think it's only available on the web. It's only available on the web. So I think if we want to import it, let me go to Google Fonts. Like again, I'm a designer, so I always like developers to deliver, like pay attention to detail and give me exactly what I'm looking for. So same, that's what I'm trying to achieve here now. Let me start it fresh. You know what? Let me switch to Google Chat. What's it called? Let's start a new chat. So how can I enforce or force whatever React Native to use mm, Figma, especially the font feature settings and font variant numeric. Okay, so then other than that, let's add search, send. So O3 is very advanced, so it's going to sit down and think through what I just said, and it's going to try its possible best to think about it. So guys, give me a second. So you can see O39 is taking his time to figure it out while he's thinking about it. So okay, why it's thinking about it, let's go to something else. So let's bring this time a little bit closer, because like if you look at our Figma design, okay, we don't even have closer at all. We have it like side by side. Okay, so I'm going to take a screenshot of this. Again, let me switch back to dev mode, to design mode, and then now this field accessibility code, I'm going to fix that in code. Okay, so I'm going to take this section here and fix this. Please make the so I remember that it should be um location and date. Yeah, so make the date and location sit opposite each other, like the image reference. Okay, so it's gonna do just that. Now let's add a little bit of crazy stuff here. So I don't need this schedule button again. So the problem now is I need to find the schedule button with this calendar. So I'm going to take a screenshot, come over here to a new chart. So I think we are done with this. So I can create a new chart and say, please find this button with icon. Okay, while we are doing that, if you notice, there's this like kind of dots particles, right? Flat dot lines and everything. So again, this is where you can now go and go about like using perplexity labs basically. So I'm going to take a screenshot like this. Okay, I'm going to zoom in. Now what is perplexity lab? Perplexity lab is like cursor. Okay, but you can use to like quickly create quick and very fast prototypes. Okay, so now so it has given me something that I can work with, and say it's telling me that, oh, lining numbers can work, tabular can work, but slash zero cannot work. Okay, so now it said what's the workaround? So it said the workaround is I can bake the features into this. I can create a native bridge to accept this. I can create on this to extend whatever this is. So again, like normally I'm going to just take my time to applying a font variant loaded with expo font does not apply to options on iOS in the snack setting this, right? However, the numbers are actually different with on iOS. Okay, options does work correctly when using a system font. So if you are using a system font, it works, but if you are not using a system font, it does not work. Okay, so I can look for I can say specifically for when you have zeros, right? Is there a system font that work with slash zero? Okay, so and this actually occurs around iOS. Okay, so React Native correctly passes those font options through using fonts included in Xcode. I have copied that code in Expo font, see here, and it does fix it, but they may not be the best way to fix it. I'm happy to send a PR to some kind of to fix this. I think this is from Expo themselves. Okay, thank you for filing the issue. This is a bug. We investigate it. Blah blah blah. I'm not even sure this. So okay, let's go back to ChatGPT and let's see what's going on here. So okay, said you can add a subclass, and this involve Java or Kotlin. We increase the binary size, but it will give full control. Add a font setting, or you can use a font variant. And this okay, ship a pre-baked inter variant. So in this case now, this is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go to Google Fonts. Okay, and this is like the last result is I'm actually going to now, it's going to be a little bit heavy, but again, because I want to focus on paying attention to detail. So I'm going to look for that inter that has that slice zero, and I'm going to download the font. Okay. So if I come over to, is it typesetter? Let's see whether I have weights. Not, I'm not even looking for weights. Writing Greek, no. Language. No, let's see glyphs and language style, blah 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 blah, 00000 slash line. Mm, nope, nope. I don't know, it doesn't support variable font, which is very annoying. Very, very annoying. Okay, let me go back and tell ChatGPT something. Not interested in this. Nope. Let me close this. Let's see. So ship a pre-baked one that is more suitable. Okay, so it said lining norms work. So let's add the lining norms to this one. Okay, so while we're away, it actually deleted. It took the Monday Toronto up. I think I'll prefer to see that all the way to the top instead of it being cut off the way it is. Okay, I think I'll prefer it like sitting all the way top, or even we can break everything and bring this one back up. Okay, I think we should just bring this one down just the way we have it in design. Chat, what do you think? Up or bottom? Let me know. Okay, um, so this one is minus. So the more we have this, right, the more cutoff we get. Okay, but that's actually what. So and then if we increase our font weight to 300, yep, but there's nothing like 250, just so you know. So it's gonna get broken. So 300, so 100 to 100 all the way, right? Save. And then what we want to have here again is minus 14 will not cut it. So minus 10 is like, I think minus 9 is not going to make our font get cut off again. 8, yeah, so minus 8 is just slightly on the edge of it cutting off. Okay, except the way we can do it such that it doesn't cut off at all is we can tell the AI to splice all the text one after the other and then join them together, so it's not going to get cut off at all again. But again, you now have like more lines of code and everything, but again, these are the stress that you go through in order to making sure that you have a pixel perfect um design. Okay, so while that is there, I just want to copy this font variant quickly. Font variant, then let's see whether lining numbers work. Okay, and then so the essence of the lining number is supposed to like make them stacked properly on each other. So let me take this one out, but I don't see any difference. But anyways, let me just add it. So slash 0 does not supported, lining numbers supported. Okay, so that's that about that one. Then now so I see that I can tell you that, oh, so I see that you took the date and time up. Can you bring that down and then please maintain the same um width as I you have 3 messages today, and then opposite on it see all, so maintain that same width. Okay, thank you. So it's going to look at I you have 3 messages and the way it is positioned, and then also try and do the same for this. So I think the alternative is either we take this and make sure that it's well seated here or not. And then is this clickable? Yeah. So right now we're not using the component for the model, so we're also going to fix this. So let me quickly fix that. So cancel. Okay, still working. And then again, remember I said that you can only have like 3 chats at a time, so that is what is happening here. Okay, then now the next thing is, so let me hit accept. It didn't get it right. Let me come back here. Let's hit accept. So can you bring the date and time below the no, not date and time, date and location, that section, can you bring it below the time? So while that is going, so what do we work on here? We worked on reduce padding, vertical, blah blah blah, the clock I. Okay, It didn't work. So I think we're going to do something fresh. Okay, good. So now we have like, I don't know where this is coming from. Okay, let's scroll. Okay. So I initially I told you to find a button for me here, right? I think it did that. So let's just now you can even come here and search. So we have a test called schedule, right? So I'm just going to look for a test called schedule. Then with your schedule now, you're going to have like multiple options. Okay. So I'm just going to click on this one. So again, you can have minutes and then you can exclude as much files as possible. Okay. uh Now we just want to do exact match. So this is how you do exact match. So this is, you can match case, right? So which is what I want to do. So this is capital letter S here and every other thing small letter. So I'm going to match case. So you see that once I click on match case, it's going to look for the related items. Okay. And then I can also match the whole word. Okay, related item. And then I can also mark regular expression. Okay, so what I want to look for is, I'm just looking for the one that's like layout. So this is layout, this is modal, so it's not, it has nothing to do with us here. Mm. So but I remember that anytime I click on this thing gives me zoom link. So I'm going to come over here and type zoom. All right, and immediately I click on and type zoom, now it should give me exactly where it's passing the zoom from, the zoom link. So let me remove all these ones. Okay, yeah, so export from zoom. No, not that one, not this one. Location, zoom. Can you see it? Join zoom. Okay, so now I want to go back one step. Meetings, meetings.ts, import new days. No, no, not this one. Schedule. I need to remove the schedule button. Okay, so it said it found it in tabs index.tsx. So let's go there. So tabs, other tabs, index.tsx, and then the schedule button should be somewhere here. Yeah, this is it. Schedule. So it should be out. So let's comment it and let's see what happens. So immediately I commented, you can say it's no longer there. So that is it. So we can delete this one now. We don't need it no more. Good. Looking good. So and funny enough, this now is way too pushed up all the way. Okay, it's exactly where it needs to be. So this section here now, there's like too much space. Okay, and then it doesn't look aligned. Okay, so I can come back to this first section here where we have the data time because it's working. But again, let me quickly save our progress so far. All right, so just double click, you're good. Now I can quickly say I noticed this section doesn't look aligned left and right. Can you make sure that the sections look aligned left and right? Then paste the image. So it's going to look at it and say, oh, okay, these are not aligned. Why is it not aligned? Let me fix it. So it's going to look at everything, make that adjustment. So while it's trying to make the adjustment in this section here, I'll say, please, let me open a new chat here because I'm done with this one. So please reduce the height of the tabs. Again, you have to be nice to your AI. So why that is there, again, which other changes do you want to make here? Let me see. Oh, okay, so this is supposed to be in absolute position, so we call it absolute position. Okay, so if you look at this right now, this is centered and then this is here. So if I use this and I press shift A like this, we should have something like this. I can select this now and come over here So in according to Figma, it's called ignore auto layout, but in HTML CSS it's called absolute position, meaning that it can stay anywhere else. So for those that are familiar with Framer, this also refers to absolute position. So what I'm going to say is this, instead of standing on top, should be in front of this. So I'm going to say um, new chart. Let the time, the location be, that is EST, be in absolute position, but in front in front of the first, what's it called, in front of the hour, and aligned to the top right. So send again. Another thing is, if you have like a complex feature, you can always tell the AI that if you don't have 90 up to 95% confidence about what you're about to build, please ask me questions. So it's something that you can also do. Okay, so if you don't have up to 95%, some people do 87, some people do 80, 85. I used to do 95% confidence about what you want to implement. Please ask me question for verification. Okay, so once you have that set, let's see any questions so far. Okay, so now that we have this, I think the next thing that we need to quickly fix is this is not working yet. So let's click on setup. See, nope. So let me again. This way, like sometimes fine tuning some of these things, learning those styling alone will save you a lot of stress and headache, right? So what you can simply do in this case here is I know that for a fact this has like a definite width. So what I can do is I can do you have 3 meetings today. So let's look for comma, you have 3. Okay, hit enter. So you should be able to find it. Let's look for case matching. No. Okay, so it should be you have should be there. Yes, then today's meeting. So again, because like this is dynamic, that's why you could not find it earlier. So we have this component somewhere. So meeting summary, right? And the meeting summary is in meeting summary component. So we now need to look for the top level for where meeting summary is. So if we go back to our layouts, it's our tab. We should have under our index, we should be able to find meeting summary. Yeah, so these are meeting summary, right? And then in our meeting summary section, which is this one here, Okay, so you see that we have a width that we are working with. So our width is flex 1. So let me hide this one for now. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, it doesn't change. We don't need our schedule button again. Okay, no, this has to be there. We don't need our schedule button again. This is not needed. Okay, and then we don't need the location row. So this is our clock, display, meeting summary. Okay, so let me check view width. Okay, no view width. So let me go back to view. Mm, oh, okay, so this was the problem. The padding horizontal. Can you see it? I think I actually like this padding horizontal, but I'm going to prefer it to be on 2. Yeah, that's more like it. And then let's do the same thing for meeting section. Padding horizontal 2. Yeah, looking good already. So then we now need to fix the margin bottom. There should be no margin bottom at all. So the margin bottom is the space that between this one here, but again this should have 0 margin top. Okay, no, doesn't work. So we can even still do something interesting with this one. We can do padding, or no, margin bottom, and then let's try minus. See, uh, I don't know it works on this thing, so I just quick edit. So okay, so because like this quick edit does not have a full context of your entire code base, so because of why, that's why you have to specify what framework you're working with, and we're working with React Native, right? So you can see that the minus is before it. So if we click on that now and then do save, that should work. So now we can now start increasing it. Okay, good, perfect. So now if you come back to our design, so that's why like sometimes it's way more easier with less headache like this. Okay, so we have this set here, and then we have this stuff going here that I said that we're going to work with perplexity, right? So how you have 2 meetings today is actually that. So this time I'm going to go back to 4. No, 2. No, actually we need more space. Spacing 1. Perfect. So in this way we're going to add something there. Okay, let's do 2. Yeah, that's perfect. So you have 2 meetings today. So I'm going to go back to again search. You have 2 meetings today, and then I want to break it. So let's see whether we can use breakpoint here. So I'm going to come over to here. BR. No. So again, from design perspective now, so we can see that in this place here now we have today after this place. So I'm going to take uh since we are not optimizing for SEO, so it doesn't matter. So here now you have 3 meetings. So according to this place, you have 2 So I can align this place, and say, oh, these meetings. So I'll say format. So just this one alone, I'll say format to Word. So because again, we want to match this, right? So format to Word. So it's going to do just that. Um, let's see. I don't think that it got what I was looking for. No, okay. No. Yeah. Um I need to select so now I can select this one only. Then so for those that are asking for a shortcut, it's actually Control K. So um please, I want this as a word instead of string number. Yeah, so now you can see just by explaining it, right, it has done that. But again, it's pushing like manually. Okay, so I can still tell it to like even optimize more for this 4, 5, 6, and so on and so forth. Okay, so I'm going to come to cursor and create a new chat, right? Tell it please, there's no need for this one. Oh, that's it. Please optimize this code because it could be up to 10,000 meetings, and this will not work. So it's going to think through it and figure it out and write the code such that it's going to work. So what it's going to do is that it's going to create a different file that we have all of this just for one simple thing. And that's why, like, when the designers complain that developers are not doing their work well, this is the stress and the L that they go through when they are trying to build. Okay, so now I'm just going to hit accept here. All right, and save. So we have this now. This is set, but I want this still broken into like more lines. So I'm going to come back to search for I you have, select this. So in I you have now, you can see, so it has created a separate folder entirely, a separate file entirely just for this. Now I want this you have 3. So just like our design now, you have 2, and then it gets broken at meetings today. So where we have meetings now, right? So I'm going to select all of this. I'm going to take this break line. So I'm just going to cut it here and put it literally here, like so. Save. So you can see it's broken. So no space. All right. So there you have it, balanced. Now, afterwards, what you want to do next is now that you have see all, you have your meetings, you can click to see all your meetings, right? You can still go back to today, right? And then I noticed that this schedule here is off. So let's quickly fix that. Let's go to our tabs, layouts, accept, find schedule is showing. So let me tell the AI uh, new chat, because we're actually done with the other one. So new chat, schedule text is missing in the tabs, only the button background Let me show you. Okay, so it's going to try and find that out. So let's switch over to Perplexity Labs. So again, Perplexity, and then this time around, I'm going to go back to Figma. Oh, I took a screenshot already, so I'm going to take the screenshot. So I'm going to explain as much as possible. Hi Perplexity. So what exactly I'm trying to achieve is that I have this LED light. So think of it like all those retro kind of theme LED light. Okay. So I want you to think of a framework to make this LED light work correctly. Okay. So I'm just aiming for a prototype to be able to brainstorm it. So this light now is a LED light where text is just going to be moving across it. Okay, so use the specific libraries that's going to make it work out. All right, and do a simple demo like, oh, this is a test, that should be the text written on it. Okay, so and then I'm going to switch over to Perplexity Labs and then click on send. All right, so Perplexity Lab is going to create a prototype for us. Okay, and it's going to think through everything. So again, you see it said it's going to take about 9 minutes. So when they say vibe coding is great. It's time taking. It takes time to be able to like figure these things out. Okay, so again, because like I don't know how this works in code, and I don't want to just tell AI to go and create it, I'm going to be disappointed, like highly disappointed. So in order not to be highly disappointed, what I'm doing instead is this: I am creating a space for brainstorming, basically, right? And again, Perplexity Lab is only available on the pro account. So this is the reason why I pay for these things. So I don't just pay for them because I want to pay for them. It's because I have no choice than to pay for them, basically. So now it's going to go and look for different libraries that is going to make sure that this thing works out. Okay, and mind you, I've initially given this, all of this I'm designing right now. I initially gave a developer on Twitter, on X, to work on it, and it was able to even figure out the slash zero, but I think it was using Flutter. So in this case we are using React Native because like it's like one of the most popular tools. So again, um Rock does not support Flutter effectively, so that is why I use React Native. But if I find another tool that supports Flutter effectively, and I think Google should do that with their design tool. I think is this Stripe or whatever, what is it called again? Yes, Stitch, Google Stitch. So but I've not tried it before because like all the different examples I've seen about Stitch is just not, it's not there, like it's very very far away from it. Something like Magic Partner is like literally very very good, like a very very good starting point, right? So while this is also still thinking, trying to figure it out, I'm going to just switch back to this, and then let's just quickly work on our card. Our card, for me, it feels like the added stuff because like I need to literally sit down and break this down to the AI to get it. Okay, so now if you look at this design here, okay, if you look at this design here, we have this single card like so. Okay, so I'm going to try to tell the AI to try as much as possible to break this down using sequential thinking. So I'm going to copy over here, copy link to selection again. So click accept. Then before I start, I'm just going to, again, this is where I'm just committing the stuffs, right? So the next thing I'm just going to do is come over to this section here. Da, 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 da. Yeah, so again, start a new chat. Okay, now we've actually been talking over 4 hours now, right? I've noticed I've not used cloud, do this, remember this, all of those things, all of those things, right? Again, if you notice that it's beginning to mess up, that's when you are good to go. Okay, like now, so far so good. I'm using what we call what's it called? Um um trying to remember. Code Rabbit, right? So Code Rabbit is a senior developer, and what it does is that it reviews your code, and so far so good. I think the last one we did, there's no issue. Apart from this clock that I noticed a couple of issues. Say yeah, the issue is just this is hard coded, and then for this case, fix the inconsistent routing and improve accessibility. Okay, but afterwards he said that there's no issue because we've actually made a commit here, right? And then it says there's no issue, so we are good. So yeah, now we can come over here and then paste this, and then we can say to your, so you can, if you want to start afresh, right? So try to explain this using sequential thinking. Okay, so let's do that first. All right, so while that is ongoing, you can see that Perplexity is busy cooking. Okay, so it says 0 minutes left to gather data and source, right? So it's going to be cooking, and it's trying to like write code, trying to create like a Python library and all of those things, right? So again, I didn't give it a specific tool to use, so that's like trying to work with Python, and we are not using Python in our code. We are only using React Native. So these are that thing that we literally need to tell the AI to focus on. So while it's trying to build a simulator using um let me see, Python code. So while it's trying to build a simulator using Python code, let it just finish, and then right now we're having issue with our internet. So sometimes your customer may show you errors like this. Don't mind it, just click on resume or continue. And if it still persists and doesn't work, please just go get a VPN, right? And you should be good to go. So I noticed that the button here now, the schedule button, it made it worse. Okay, so I can come back here and say, please change the color of the background of the button back to the secondary color, which is, so you need to be paying attention to these things, otherwise it's gonna really frustrate you. Okay, so then, and the button should be fully rounded. Okay, then add at least 8 pixel padding bottom to the tab tabs. Okay, so while that is ongoing, I can also like do it manually too, apart from like, so you see for the tab here, if I click on accept, should push, then accept. So in this place here, let me check 32. This is just so weird sometimes. So margin top, I need to add something here. Padding top. Okay, margin bottom. I'm trying to push there's a lot of space that I'm trying to fix. Mm, so you know what? Let me just restart this stuff. Because sometimes when you make changes like that, you may not see it. Okay. Let me try this. Remove the top and bottom cap. The So I think perplexity should be done. Okay, still thinking about it. All right. So it's done thinking about it. So based on this, this is a suspected time management widget app. Blah 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 blah. Nope, this is not what I'm asking for. Okay, 1 to 1. Okay, so sometimes I also use 1 to 1. So 1 to 1 means like copy and paste. Like don't try to be creative about it. Just make it exactly the same. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So it's going to try and look for it and try and fix that. Okay. So let's see whether we have it yet. No, you can see. So Perplexity Lab is doing its stuff, and then So far so good. Do we have any questions or no? No questions. I think everybody's tired. Chat is tired. So 4 hours marathon of trying to vibe code. Okay, see, Perplexity got it in one shot. So if you're looking for a Perplexity ad, we have exactly what I'm envisioning. So though there's a little bit of G3 and issues with it, but let me post this now. Commercial 5. Just gonna do a quick recording of this. Say where is it? Commercial 5. Yeah, then record. Right. So as you can see, I just recreated this with Perplexity. Very straightforward. Okay, using Perplexity Labs. So let's stop that. All right, let's have that saved. Let's new posts. New posts. Okay, add a new post. Let's see, video in there. As you can see, I just recreated this with Perplexity. Very straightforward. Okay, using Perplexity Labs. Good. Okay, so it even added like if I wanted to do this with Arduino, Raspberry Pi and other features, right? With the Python code, okay, and then I can even like play with the speed, adjust the speed. Let's see if I increase the speed. Okay, and then I can also like play with the brightness, reduce the brightness, increase the brightness, right? So it's looking very, very good. So now how do I implement this in my design? Okay, then again I can also like adjust the direction, right to left, right, and then I can also like change the colors to different styles that I want. Okay, though now the issue with this line is that it's a little bit jittery, and interesting that I can actually make this like a widget that you can check on your mobile device as well. So in another video I will be doing a live coding of a widget that you can see live directly on your phone, and it's going to be scrolling in like this. Okay, so the essence of this actually is actually a fallback. Okay, it's just a fallback, and as you can see, just from telling cursor now to explain in detail, right, while we were busy looking at this and doing something else, cursor was busy cooking it, okay, exactly the way I wanted it. All right, so you can say it literally got all of this and I didn't have to explain it. So sometimes when you first give cursor something, tell it to explain it in detail so it understands, right? So when it fully understands exactly what it's meant to do, it's literally going to do that for you. Okay, literally going to do that for you. All right, so now again I can go on to ask it something like so we have this, but it's not exactly where we need it to be. So now let's go back to Figma and let's see what we are missing. So if you look at Figma here now, we have the shadow. The shadow is like literally the shadow of this one is very subtle. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just select only this one this time around, and then I'm going to right click again and again. So what that means that the smaller the components you try and build with with cursor, the better it is. So I'm going to copy the link to selection and say, now let's come over here. Let's paste this. Can you please explain this? And remember, I'm using the Figma MCP. If your Figma MCP is not toggled on, like I've showed you, so let me go over it again. Settings, preferences, open link, enable dev mode MCP server, right? If you don't have dev mode, I'm not really sure it's going to work for you because I'm on a student plan account. So that's why I'm able to show you this. Then, so can you please explain this? Okay, and then now I can access student plan, education plan, account. So can you please explain this? Then I can click on send. Okay, so while that is ongoing now, I can go on to ask that. Okay, so this is Perplexity Lab, right? This is the functionality. So and then it's giving me like different references of how it's being used. Okay, and then giving me like different situations of where you can get the LED stuff, right? And then the code completion, blah blah blah, and a lot of documents. Okay, so now I can go on to say what if I want to build this in React Native? Okay, so you can see that I first let it like brainstorm using different his own library like that without even me forcing to do, oh, I want to do exactly this or that. Okay, what I want to build this in React Native, how will I go about this? Okay, so again, it's going to start thinking about it again and trying to figure out all the necessary element that is involved in doing this with React Native. All right, because now it doesn't have like a clear context of what exactly I'm looking to achieve. So giving AI the time to think about it by itself before even implementing the expected elements, right? You can do that. So and that is why you use Perplexity Lab. So I also use to like, so if I have an idea I want to brainstorm and I don't want to waste my time, okay, using cursor, wasting my credit using cursor, I can first try and as much as possible to brainstorm everything here with Perplexity Labs. And once I am exactly where I need to be with Perplexity, then I'm going to now take whatever that information and give cursor, and then cursor will implement it nicely. But if you take it and give cursor, sometimes it may give you something very problematic that you are not looking to achieve. Okay, so you can see it say this interface is clean without gradient bars and this and this thing. So I'm going to say um I'm just going to take this section now only, and then so based on your explanation, can you fix the related element as seen as seen in the screenshot? All right. So again, another thing is that's why the fact that we have this time here. So we have this time here and then this other time here. So now that I'm thinking about it, it should just show so the next meeting is starting in this particular time. Then it should show like the countdown. Okay, so for example, this case here now should be if the meeting now is literally now like right now, you should just say the meeting is now. Okay, now. All right, if the meeting is not now, then it's going to show a countdown like, oh, okay, starting. So the way we will have this one, so we're going to have exactly something like this. So we're going to have starting in. All right, but this time it's going to be all the way here, starting in. Okay, 05 00. Okay, so something like this. All right, and now this can be a little bit confusing for the users. Why? Because here we have hours and minutes, and here again we have these two numbers, so it may be confusing for them. So how do we now make sure that it is not confusing to them, right? So by including the minutes again in front here. Okay, so that's why like design is never complete, because like, well, I remember when I was working on this stuff, right? I was just doing it for like freestyle, but like again, just making these things like these little changes would help the user to be able to design effectively. So again, just to make everything look more nicely for the user so that they get the point, right? So we can have 5 minutes and seconds, right? So we can bring this one all the way to the bottom, right? And then we can make this one seconds, all right? And then now we have this, okay? And then we have this one here, literally here, okay? And again, now in terms of visual hierarchy, we can have this starting. So we have this one as 16. So this is 16, 16, this is 16, all right? And client A names can be longer, like the client A name can be longer, starting in, right, 5 seconds, okay? So this one I'm just going to use English for it basically. So why we have that now, I noticed that, so I'm going to click on accept. But again, so this time around I have to go and do things manually myself. So before then, let me check whether the changes have actually been applied or not. Okay, so let's see where we are with Perplexity Lab. Okay, so it's saying that it still need 2 more minutes to get it done. All right. um so let's go back to this place and fix. So we have 1 2 3 4 5, then we have this. Okay, so for this now, let's just look for the time. So we are going to look for client B. So I'm going to come over here, search for client B, because right now we're just using mock data. So client B. Okay. A lot of items are going to reflect that. So let's just go all the way till we find something close. So here, clients. Okay, since we cannot find it there, we just have to find that card. So it should be next meeting section, and then in next meeting section, we have elevated. So this elevation now you can see is on 2. So if I make it 1, the shadow should be a lot more nicer. Or let's even remove the elevation totally. Nope. Let's go to border radius 12. Okay, so this is not it at all. Save border radius, empty font size. So again, what I usually do is I'll just hide stuff, right? So it's gonna give me error, like serious error, but let's see. Okay, so this is not it. Let's go to meeting summary. Oh, okay, we can look for the join button. So let's look for the join button. Join, capital letter JOIN. Yep. So we're in the join button now. So this is exactly where we can start tweaking things. So we don't need this one. So this one is actually very long. Let's clear this part out. Nope, not it. Where is now it? Nope, it's not it. If that is join, let's see this one. No, it's just a join. Okay, no. Okay, let me come over here. Time widget. Okay, so we're in time widget now. I just remember that you can also click on this section here to look for it. Let's see whether perplexity is done. I'm not sure it's going to get it right, but let's see. Because there's no way perplexity can preview this stuff. All right. So let's see. You need to install React Native, install Reanimated. Let's see. SVG approach. Wow, this is a lot of work. This is actually a lot of work. Hmm. So implementing that is a lot of work. So I think what I'll just simply do is I'll do a recording um of how I was able to get it to work. But other than that, I think let's see. It actually wrote the full app anyways. So all of this now, so this is lab, but again, it doesn't work with React Native. That's why I told you to work with this. And so, and then we have like this, all of these different assets here that we can actually we are going to download everything so far that it worked on. Okay, so we'll download everything, and then we are going to share with what's it called? I'm trying to remember. Um, with cursor, right? So I'll click on download all. So it's going to download that. It should download like a zip folder, and then I'm going to unzip it. So you can see it's a zip folder. So I just need to just click on open file for Mac, but Windows, I think you have to right click and unzip. Okay. So it gave me 16 exported assets, which I'm going to import into cursor. So the way I can do that is I'm just going to come back to cursor, but I need to find this first. So this is our time widget, and so right in our time widget, this is our meeting title, this is our current time. Yeah, so this is on join. Yeah, so I think this is our join button. No. Okay, I think I'm losing my mind now. No, no. Okay, let's do black. No, no, let's do yellow. Interesting. Okay, so join button text is white. Join button. Okay, so let's make it green. Aha. I want to make it pure white. Let me see whether it's going to work. Okay, so I need to literally restart the server. That's all. That's what I need to do now. I need to restart the server. So the way I do that is I'm going to press Ctrl C to cancel this, and then born run starts again. Because I need to find that particular item. Then now this time around, I'm going to close this one again. I'm using, remember, I'm using a Mac simulator, so I can long press this. Long press. Why is it not saying? Wow. So okay, this one is already working the way I want it to do. Yeah, so you can see it's working as a model, right? And then we are going to adjust later, but it's looking good. The only thing I just have issue with is So again, please let me know if you like to see it on go live so that you can also use it like manage your time and all. You can text me. So I want to delete app. Yep. Thank you very much. Done. Then let's install it again. So what this does is that it actually clears the cache of the application, because sometimes it may have like specific cache. So you can use it to like clear your cache as well. Okay. So it's loading up. And you can have like complex apps, because I've seen a lot of complex app. So sometimes it can take a week, sometimes 2 weeks to build something like this, and it's going to cost like maybe around $5 to $15 to build a very very complex app. So right now we have this. So as you can see, it has literally broken a lot of stuff. So I need to go back to a section where everything actually works as expected. So, and now the good thing is I can go back to, I remember that for a fact at this point here, yeah, at this point, I think is the point where we are in. Yes, okay, good. All right. So now I'm going to say, can you explain this? So that's why I said that sometimes you can be making change and then it's not going to answer you. So once it's not answering you, or you notice it's not answering you, what you always want to do is you can just clear the cache by deleting the app and installing it again. So these are the issues that you get to see, and that you stop eating it. That, oh, I'm trying to make this change, but it's not answering me. So again, you can see as from time to time, I still have to like come into here to make specific changes myself. And why I'm doing that is because so it's faster. Okay, sometimes faster, sometimes slower. So coming back here now and changing this one to, so before answering this one, I need to come over to that particular section where that I need to find exactly where that container is. Because if I'm able to find it, so I think it should be this one. No, this one. Okay, so let me comment this one out and save it. Oh, we cannot comment it out. Yes, this is it. It's literally this old stuff, right? So which is a good thing. So I'm going to save this again. Yes, then now I can see where the issue is. So the issue now, so we have our gradient 5 bars, right? And then we have all our style bars. Again, we are still going to animate some of this stuff. Then now um this whole section is, first of all, I want to get rid of the um shadow. So we have time display container. So let's go to time display container. And the good thing that um what the AI does for it helps you to save the file so that you can see it. So right now we have this color here, and then we have our opacity. So this one I can increase our opacity to like 0.5. Can you see it? So the more you increase it, the more darker it becomes. Okay, so let's just go to Figma so that we don't waste our time. So here now we want to switch to dev mode, and then you can start copying the property one after the other. So you can see that from design we don't have any shadow, so let's remove shadow totally. So everything is shadow, get off. All right, let's save that. Okay, so we have this looking good. Then the next thing now is uh, elevation is fine. The next thing we need to add is so let me zoom out. Okay, so looking at it here now, it looks busy and cluttered. Okay, so how do we make it clean? So what we can do to make it clean is we can reduce the scale of this one. So here we have 72, so we could do 64, and then adjust the letter spacing to like 8. So cause like this is actually like a mock design, right, that I'm actually making changes for. So that's why it's doing this way, but normally it should not be this up to this size at all. Okay, so I just want to get something as visually close to exactly what I'm looking for. So I think -4 is like somewhere where I'm looking for, and then this one I can still. So right now I think I'm working with opacity of like 50%. I can do 40. All right, so it's a little bit, or 30. Yeah, so it's a little bit more subtle than starting in. Okay, so next meeting starts at, now that I'm looking at it, instead of saying starting in, and we have start at, which points directly to here, so we can actually play with this stuff on each other. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to have this one switch places. Okay, so we have our meeting minutes and seconds, so we can have it literally up here, and then this one can come all the way down, so this one can come all the way up, right, like so, and so, not bad. So this literally points now like this. Next meeting starting 5 minutes and something seconds. Okay, and the actual time is this. Okay, so but zooming out like this, the visual balance is a little bit off and kind of somewhat problematic. So just to balance it things out more, so what I'm going to do is, this is not conventional, but I'm just again playing with the design, just looking at aiming for balance. Okay, uh so this looks more balanced. Okay, so what I'm just going to get rid of is maybe add a little bit of spacing. Now, what if I add more text like ms? Okay, and then scale the m and s down. So let's do like, maybe scale it down. It feels totally off, but the s works. So you know what, let's leave it like this. So we can leave s at the end. Yeah, and then again, even the countdown is going to help with the countdown is also going to help. So like once they see that, oh, this one's counting faster than this one, then they can tell the difference. Okay, so we can have that set here, and then you can have this here now. Okay, and then you have like your main time up here. All right, cool, cool, cool. So and then again, now that we have the client a name, and client a name can be like extremely long. Again, just because I'm not more of like a, I need to know exactly, even if I'm saying 5 minutes, and then sometimes I don't want to stress my brain, I want to know the exact time in my own EST period, right? So I could have 09 something 15 EST, like so. All right, and let's say I lose. Okay, so what if, because right now again, another thing I always hate is see my design cramped. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna say your time, right, and then let's just break it up. Okay, and now, so again, like design is not something that you just do once. You just have to keep playing with it till you get exactly what you're aiming for. So we're going to go back to this, and then we have your time and the client's time. Okay, all right, so your time can literally be like this, because like again, it's what's the word now, it's just, so this is your time. I think a backslash will work. Yeah. So and for this case here, I think working with a mono font will actually look very nice. So let me try mono font. Inter mono, just look for a mono font here. Dear mono, yeah. uh, so that means to achieve this now, I can actually use DM sans. So let me even try a fresh number, right? So we have this, let's write DM sans. Oh, it doesn't have it. We still need to add /0. But there's no stylistic set added here. Interesting. Okay, let me look for ordinals. Alternate, alternate. There's nothing there. So why is that one working? I do it on that one. Underline, cancel. Okay, you know what? Let me just add perplexity. Um, New tab, perplexity. Oh, okay. So I think I'll just recreate. I'll recreate the that zero font in font library. Okay. Um. So we have this. So this is actually to like this first one based on our design. Yeah, it's too light based on our design. So I'll need to work on that as well. Let's see, time display should be 200. Okay, so again, I think something has broken here. Or something is broken here rather. So a new tab first. So this is probably expose. So sometimes when you make changes and it's giving me headache, these are things we want to do to avoid. Okay. So I think I'm actually very tired right now. So I'll be ending the like shortly. Mm. So once I get this part just to work, yeah, see, again, like I always say, sometimes when you make some of these changes, tend to they tend to not show. But I know that it's working. So I like the way it is. I am like literally settled on that. I just need to tell it to hide the join button. So there's no need for this one now. I'm going to add a new tab here. So the container button inside this time widget, can you please hide the join button? Adjust the letter spacing for the time. That time that is very big that is using enter, it should actually be a countdown timer to when the next meeting is going to be. I pasted a new image for how that time section widget should look like. Okay, and please don't override the main. It's just the I'm just talking about basically the container that also has the join button inside it. These are the changes I want to see made. Oh no, forgot that it's not done. Okay, okay. So I'm gonna take very this time I'm going to be like closing this stuff. Okay, like so. All right. So the client name, why I said that client name can be as long as all the way to this place. Okay. So again, now you want to pay attention to your padding. So let me. Then again, on that thing that when you're using components, this stuff, auto layout is your best friend. So let's quickly set it up in auto layout properly. So we have this as auto layout. This is gonna be 200 by 200, 200 by 200. Okay. Same. All of this is gonna be 200. Nice. So we have something like this. Then in this case here now, our padding is gonna be 24. Okay. And then this now is going to be fill container, and all of this will be fill. Okay, so this one cannot work, so let's do 300 by 300. Perfect. Same with this side, as the sides. 250. Yeah. Okay, then now the next thing we need to have is, so we have this section here like so. Fill container. Let's fill this thing up. uh, let's have this as 15. Ah, you know what, we are just going to drop this down to maybe 20. Yeah, so it's able to go around. No, I just want straight line. Good. So then we have the client section, and then we have the time. So be right aligned. All right. And then copy the link, paste that in. The O container should trigger the join action, not just. So again, remember that this thing triggers zoom. Okay, so we have to go to the settings to like give the users more functionalities to be able to like adjust how their join button should look like. So when they are setting it, that's where they will set whether it's going to be a Zoom link, or it's going to be a Google Meet link, or a calendar link. Okay, so but again, I'm not adding these functionalities in this one, but if you like to see it, you can always drop that in the YouTube channel, chats, video, anyone. Okay, and I'm going to hit send. I know it's going to break some things. All right, so now let's go to the more difficult one. That's the the LED light stuff. Okay, so I'm just going to open a new stuff here, and then I'm going to upload um all the files that we got from Perplexity. Okay, so let's do that very quickly. So the way we want to do that is we can literally just drag and drop that file. So I want to see whether I can drag and drop the entire folder. So this first I'm trying this. Anyways, I've not tried it before. Okay, so it worked. So I need to charge my laptop. All right. So now the next thing we need to do is study all the files here and think. So this way I want to use like task master. Think about how you will go about implementing the LED lights, and it should be placed based on the reference of the image on the home page or index page of our app. Okay, please use task master to implement this. All right, so now I'm going to come over to cursor settings. Remember, I turned it off. So again, before I start this one at all, let me just save all of these things like so. Okay, then I'm going to um do this. Okay, commit, seek changes, and then I'm going to say should create another branch, because what I'm about to do is going to be, it can break the entire application. So again, knowing all these things beforehand is very important. So please, so I can come over here and then please, before you even start at all, kindly create another branch and give it a suitable name for a feature. All right, then again, before I now press send, because after this one I'm just going to end the live, but I will try and record the final answers, so you already know what it's going to look like in the final output, so there's no need to continue this live. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to come over to MCP and turn on task master back. Okay, so task master is turned on. Figma MCP, let me see, playwright, browser tools, frame link, no sequential thinking, context. Yes, then uh also, so here to also check at web and context 7 for latest docs. Okay, then send. All right, so it's going to take a while to figure this out. So thank you so much, guys, for staying on the call up to this very moment. It's been 5 hours already. I really appreciate all my supporters. God bless you. Oh, okay, 4 hours and 47 minutes. Thank you so much. Please, if you have any questions about vibe coding, or you have something you're struggling with, you can always reach out to Frema Dojo or reach out to me, Design Doctor, on Twitter at Adebimpe Omolasho. Adebimpe Omolasho is spelled Adeomolaso. Until later, cheers for now.